Okay, what is up, everybody? We are back with some more Etheria Restart. Hope you guys have been having a good day, man. I know I have. We're gonna be streaming for a couple of hours, guys, and then I'm gonna actually be going to the gym because we gotta get those gains, you know. But if you are here for the first time, or if you always are here, make sure you guys like the stream. I would really appreciate that. We are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so pick your poison. Whichever one you want, you know, whichever one you like, pick that one and, you know, stick to it. But either way, let's go ahead and see what's going on with the chat. Yo, what's good, Sprigato? How you doing, fam? What's good, Lonzo? What's up, David? What's good, Pop? How you doing, fam? Shion, what's up, fam? Shion44. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like why does that sound familiar? Yo, what's up, Darius? Yo, what's good, G? How you doing, fam? What's good, Beer? Yo, Wimmies, what's up, fam? Yo, what's good, Hetty? How you doing, fam? Lyndon, how you doing, fam? Yo, what's up, Somatic? How you doing, bro? What's up, Gummy? He said I'm new here. Yo. Oh, you said you ready for Holden? Yeah, Holden's gonna be lit. He's crazy. I'll have my video dropping on him after the stream, but yeah, bro, he's kind of nasty. Yeah, he's kind of nasty. You said when did you get Kloss, bro? I got her yet. I got her like earlier today, bro. So I was preparing for the he said hold on these but I'm so childish, that's funny. I was preparing for the summon session that we're about to have on the release for Hoyan and for Holden, because what I plan on doing for that, I'm actually going to be giving away a copy of each of those units. So if you're gonna be the day the day their banners drop, I'll be streaming, and we'll be doing that. But I gotta announce, I think tomorrow, because I had to, Ms. Zox was doing it for me. But we were tallying up all the names for the monthly cards that we're giving away. I think I was doing 10 of those, and then 2 battle passes I was giving out. So I'll be announcing that tomorrow. But yeah, that's like. Yeah, that's something that I'm planning on doing. You say you're streaming in the morning? Whenever the banner drops. I ain't even looked at the time. But yeah, whenever that banner drops, I'll be streaming. So if it end up being the crack of dawn, then I'll be up. So I gotta actually see, though, because I never convert the time. And whenever they post a time, they post it in UTC. And we don't read that over here like that. So yeah, we don't read that over here like that. We do PST, CDT, stuff like that, you know. It's probably reset. Yeah, if it's reset, I don't mind being up. You said, bro, really getting everyone everything he wishes for. Maybe missing the rebate was the secret strat. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, it's been pretty nuts. Yeah, it's been pretty nuts. You said where can we find the link to the donation page for account reviews? Okay, because you guys have been, dude, I've been trying to avoid doing them. But Crazy is like, yo, nah, fam, I need that. Yo, just hit me up on Discord, bro. Like, cause I'm not gonna lie, like account reviews, bro. They be taxing, yo. They low-key be taxing. Y'all be like I don't mind doing them, but like, bro, like it's just my workload, and then like try to make sure because what I usually like to do when I do the account reviews, it's one thing when you just look at somebody's account and you're just like, hey, do this. But I actually like to try to so like when I used to do my account reviews before, I used to sit with people in voice call, and I would try to like take them through the process of what they need to do, because I was like, you know, I could show you, or I could just do it for you, right? There's that. But I want people to actually learn how to do the damn game or play the damn game. So yeah, I'm gonna have to schedule it. That's really what it's gonna be. That's really what it's gonna have to be. And then I'll probably do a couple for videos and stuff like that too at some point. But yeah, I usually like to sit with people because to me that's value. Like I like, and then also like it helps them learn like the actual game versus like, oh, just do this, and then they walk away and they don't know how to do nothing. You said, brother, I got Hoyan and Holden now. Wait, they're not out yet though. He's like, yeah, I'm just a dev. Okay. I'm dead. Yo, what's good, Zafariel? How you doing, fam? Yo, what's up, Misery? How you doing, fam? You said people in the Discord showing pools. Oh, in Asia. That's right. I forgot. You guys are ahead of us. Damn, my bad, MJ. Congrats on that. Dude, I keep forgetting about Asia server. Like, it's like, I'm so locked into my server. Everything is on my server time. It's not on any other server right now. So anytime somebody's like, yeah, I'm like, how? I'm like, oh yeah, you're on Asia. That's why. You said living in the past sucks, right? But yo, yeah, congrats on that, MJ. You said, so how ahead is Asia? They're ahead by like a day. It's literally a reset. Why did it just get so dark in here? Hold on. Okay, there we go. I got like, it just felt like it got dark, mad dark in my room. That was weird. Yo, what's good, Shark Fang? How you doing, fam? So that's right, you do have them now. So we literally have a 12-hour difference. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I was like, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's, you know what though? That sucks, bro. I hate that because it's like, I get it. I get the whole time zone thing, but bro, like, it just sucks when you're not like, cause they're already gonna be a whole day ahead playing with the units. Like that sucks for me as a content creator too. Like I gotta wait a whole day, basically. I still got, yeah, I got like a whole day to reset. like dog. Yo, what's good, Cat? How you doing, fam? Yeah, like that sucks. Say, give me my character now. That's what I'm saying, bro. Holden's kit. So do you guys recall how I guessed it? I said, yo, I'm almost willing to bet Holden is gonna be good at Terramatan. I literally was like, yo, I feel like he's gonna be good at Terramatan. And then this man shows up with a resistance down, an attack down, and a damn dispel, all in his skill 3. I'm like, yo, I'm like, okay. And he's defense scaling, which means he could take hits. So I was like, yo, that's crazy. You said, are you gonna be making guides for them? Yeah, I will. I will be making some videos for them. It won't be as extensive as it depends on where my gear is at, because the problem is that what's it called? We don't have the test server right now, so I can't like go in there and show full builds on them, but they'll just be build up. So I'll probably have a video for what I got right now, and then I'll probably have to make one later, because yeah, 100% pushback is nuts. But I do talk about that a little bit, like with the 100% pushback. One thing I would say for a lot of people pulling, and this is my like again, it's the unit is gonna be good, like without a doubt. But here's the thing that you guys have to remember that they said they wanted to do with the game. They wanted it to be something where you basically picked a unit based off of your play style. So the main thing that free-to-play have to consider is their lattice. Because all you're gonna be doing is you're gonna be collecting units, and it's gonna turn into E7. Because that investment in getting that 100% pushback isn't unless you max out his skill 2 or skill 2. So you got to consider that, like, am I building this unit for that, like right now, or am I like, you know, like am I gonna be you know, like, is it gonna be a grind there, like what am I doing to really make this unit useful? Are they gonna be just on my account sitting there, or are they gonna actually be useful to me? Because remember, everything still goes into standard. So if you want to wait, ain't nothing wrong with waiting. Cause standard low key be doing stuff. So you also need to collect based on what they're missing. Yes, very, very true. So ain't nobody told you today. Pick what's gonna work for your account. You know, that's the main thing. Cause like for me, do I need them? No. Do I want them? Yes. But I also am only gonna probably really be getting him on my spender account. I don't think I'm gonna pull. I don't think I'm gonna pull him specifically on my whatchamacallit, my free to play account, unless I get him from standard, because my free to play account, that account has way too much red units on it. Like that I need any other attribute other than red. So there's that. You said the most important things I need them for red DPS content. Yeah, that's fair. You said you cleared Terror Hell 4 with Rosa. With what gear? You said anybody got any free to play tips on what to use in Nico Nana Hell? 100%. So I don't have any good units or DPS. So I use Viper, Suki, Leon, Ling Lao, but I lose sometimes. I mean, if you're losing, what is your average? Like, are you like 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10? Like, what is your average per 10 runs? Cause that's really the determining factor, to be honest, on if you should even go crazy trying to shift it. So 5 out of 6, okay. So that means like, really at the end of the day, the thing that helps that fight the most is like if you have any sort of pushback or speed down. That's like something that helps a lot. Speed down, like, so like if you go like say like I don't know if you have Kraken or not. Kraken is really, really helpful there because he has the pushback and he can also CC the ads on the side, so that could make your runs a lot more consistent. I know you say you didn't have any good units, but I don't know what that means, because I mean there's a lot of units that are good in the game. So no Kraken or Marvel. Do you have I'm trying to think who else can do it. Yo, Fastidious, appreciate the raid. Appreciate the raid, fam. Dang, how was the stream? You said Marvel's goated for... Yeah, he is. No, he really is. You said I just realized the thing sounds like the thing. Yes, it does. Yo, take it easy, Fastidious. Appreciate you, fam. Wait, you said, speaking of her, Zox, finally maxed my Sinea S3, and she's cooking. What did I tell you? I'm like, if you get that S3 on her, like maxed out, you can rotate your detonation quicker. So yeah, she's nuts. She's absolutely nuts. All right, let me see. I might actually swap over to my free to play real quick, because I actually need to do stuff over there. On this account, I'm not really doing much right now. All right, so yeah, let's swap over to the free to play account. We got to get that going. Appreciate you guys for the follows as well. Yeah, shout out to you guys, man. On the Twitch and the YouTube, man. We're pushing like 35K soon. That's crazy. And then we like jumped up like 1,000 followers or more. I think it's been like 1,500 actually on Twitch. So I appreciate you guys. But yeah, so just to answer your question though, with the Nico Nana boss, I would say anything that's gonna help you with any sort of pushback. So if you don't, I mean, like this game is even set up worst case scenario, you don't have anything. You know that red unit on your account named Kachi? I promise you he'll make your runs better. Like, and that's not even a joke. I'm not trolling you. Kachi, regular red Kachi. You know what he has in his kit that literally can help him, and you do Nico Nana, is a AoE stun with a pushback. That's literally what his skill 3 is. Bro, like people be sleeping on those units, but they're literally like, you can have the worst of the worst and you can still use you can still use that, bro. So I'm just saying, Kachi is a R rarity, and he's massive. If you don't have a Kraken or Marvel, he literally still can help you with the pushback, man. So you said I had a stroke mid-sentence. That's hilarious. So yeah, man, I'm telling you, like it's so many different ways that you can clear content. Like it's just a matter of like, you know, the investment, which for our rarity, they're not that bad, right? Definitely not near nowhere near as like trying to build up another SSR. He said Kazumi the Red has cooldown reduction, speed up. She's just SR. Yeah, she works too. There's a lot of different ways that you can go about doing it, and it also depends on your pets. Like, a really powerful pet, even up until that point, is still Unbridled Science, right? Ah, damn, I logged back into the account. But Unbridled Science is nasty. 40% turn meter push after you go. You basically almost got your turn again. Like, so that's like, that's why I keep telling people, like, they've seen, I think like in the last couple of days, it's been nothing but me making like pet videos, because I don't think people are grasping how much more important pets are than everything else in this game. Like, the pets literally are the reason why people are getting certain clears on stuff. It's not the gear. The gear comes after, once they start getting it. And then you start seeing people freestyle and do other stuff where now they got, you know, access to momentum gear and certain things. But yeah, those freaking pets, man. Shells are literally everything. They're literally everything. And nobody wants to listen to that. They're like, nah. And you guys gotta like realize how intentional I am when I talk to you. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, should I get rid of X thing? I said, you only do that when you have a one-to-one replacement for it, right? And then I know people went in a box as soon as they started being able to farm mythics, they just deleted all their epics. I know they did because I was like, yo, there's no way this many people are just stuck there. And it's like, yo, you have these pets, and if you built them, you should be, you low key should be able to kind of truck it through in like an hour or two, maybe, right? But I was just like, dang, yo, like, people probably really just deleted all their pets, like, so that they could get the resources to start building mythics. But mythics are really, at this point, they're a pay to win, especially once you start looking at building more than like a few of them. Like, that's you're starting to step into whale territory, because now the amount of income, like, think about, okay, I think if you want to max out a mythic shell, you need, was it 200? Is it 250k or 400k? I think it's 200. I think it's 250k just to take it to its max awaken. I think it's 125 for an epic shell. So the price points don't scale any higher than that, basically. That, like when you're leveling up an epic. So you basically are doubling your prices for trying to build a mythic, essentially. And then the other thing is too, is that then you have to grind the dupes. So it's like, and the other thing is too, is like when you go up, you're naturally grinding the extra copies for your epic shells. So you don't need to go crazy for epic shells after you already like got past that point, because you're going to naturally be farming them. And then the other thing is too, is that when hell opens up, epic shells are still viable because they can still have the 3 matrix slots. So you can literally get a better version of, say, like Black Flag and still use it up until the point of like, okay, now I can comfortably make my second Jackal. Because what's happening right now is everyone's unlocking the dungeons, and then they're like, oh, I gotta farm that, and then they're cooking themselves because they're like, oh, I just farmed White Fang. I just farmed Jackal now. Now I'm trying to farm a Revelation. Now I'm trying. It's like, dog, if you're free to play, don't even do it. Like, it is not gonna go well. And it's not that you won't progress. You're just gonna slow down your progression. It's gonna take you way longer to progress. Because the other thing is too, spenders are upkeeping the cost that is required because they're max stamina refilling every single day. Most free to play should have stopped by now, unless, like, again, they don't really care about the summons coming up. But yeah, like that's a whole thing. Yeah, 250 is a lot. And that's not including the levels. Like, bro, the levels are insane. Like, one level could be like 98k. So it's just like, so I'm just like, dog, it gets expensive, man. Like, you're not just doing that. You said He said not even Sturby deleted all his epic pets. Said I don't get why people would do that when they're not well. It's because they don't understand, right? That's all it is. It's not because they're just trying to make a dumb decision or anything like that. They don't know. And when they're watching certain series and they see people jumping up, they think that they should jump up too. So that's why I mean I'm making the conscious effort to say like, I'm doing this, but let me let them know like, hey, it ain't really something you should be doing. Like, you know? So that's why I'm like trying to emphasize that. Like even with copying some of the teams, I'm like telling people they got to be careful because now people are starting to change their teams because they're like one dude is kind of trolling a little bit because he put a Kachi and a Turandot in his team comp for Hell 4. But that's after he already farmed momentum gear. So he literally is like two-manning the freaking boss basically. But if anybody that doesn't like know sees it, they're gonna be like, oh, okay, maybe I can copy this. And it's like, nah, fam, that's not gonna work. Like he already got the gear. He already got the gear for it now. You said I've been hearing that free-to-play should use gyms on doing more arena now. That we don't have to refresh stamina for the lattice. Is that a good idea? I mean, you can do it. I mean, to be honest, like the way that we always do arena, like same thing with me and Scion. I've climbed up into, I think I'm in like plat or diamond. I don't even know. Off of just straight defense wins. like we didn't go the extra mile of like spending currency on arena because it was like, well, the best offense is a good defense because people have to attack you. And you can climb the ladder literally off your defense. So I wake up half the time up the ladder. I mean, you could push it if you want to push it for those extra, the extra lattice. But I would say like you can always do that like throughout like whatever like amount of currency. Like say you're like a little short, blast whatever crystals you need so that you can actually get the lattice. Like I wouldn't necessarily say that I would do that all the time though, because the other thing is too, you got to think about the return investment. And also like the standard amount of currency that you're normally accumulating. I mean, getting a higher rank also helps with that too. But yeah, it's gonna be the maintenance of it at that point. So I don't mind max refilling, but I'm not free to play also. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I was saying. Like with this account versus my other account, I treat them kind of different. Because it just is what it is. Like I can't make the same decisions. Like on this one, when I say I'm maxing everything, like it is not even a joke. Like I got a max agent lizard. I got a max agent lizard on this account. I know for a fact people weren't maxing out agent lizard, bro. I'm not even joking. I got my maxed out unbridled science. I was like, yeah, I'm treating this different, right? But that's what you got to do as a free to play. You say, hey, I have a max. Good. You need one, get you through some hard times, you know? You said no one attacks my full 6-star lineup, unfortunately. Currently Diamond 2. Yeah, that's also a thing. I had to take I did have to remove a character from my lineup because I noticed that for like 4 days straight, nobody was actually hitting my team because of the team setup. And I was like, okay. So I swapped it and now I get attacked more, but I be rotating people. So I don't think they'd be expecting it. But yo, what's good, Icebound? How you doing, bro? You said, yeah, I figured it seemed expensive to refresh arena all the time. Yeah, I wouldn't do it all the time. Do it as needed. Do it as needed. And like I said, it's like a balance between your defensive wins and like you actually force pushing it, right? You said I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time. Said most of the shells I have 1 or 2 maxes of. I mean, honestly, that's not a bad place to start because then from there you can like, you know, as you figure out the game, you can kind of work in what you need. But yeah, I mean that's just the game, right? Like that's just the game. Let me see what I need to do. You said the Phantom Theater rewards lackluster are good enough. So I think they're dookie. I'm trying to think. What is the Phantom Theater reset on? It's like a week, right? Or something like that. I mean, they're resources, I guess. I like for me, I think like it's the same thing I said before the game came out. I need to see what they're giving us with the union stuff, really. Because then I could have like a full like scope on like what our overall like amount of resources we're getting per week. And then I guess like per month. Because it's like the Phantom Train or the Infinity Train was added like towards the like right before the release, and then that gives like GP outpost mats. So I don't know like how much they're trying to overhaul resources on a regular basis. Phantom Theater scales as well the higher up you go in it. So I don't know if that's also like a difficulty thing as well, because there's also more difficulties to it. So I don't know if it's like supposed to be this like amazing thing on like, you know, like off release, right? Versus like when you're at the max level or the max difficulty, the rewards at max scoring versus like, you know, say like triple S to double S. I won't even say max scoring, but like triple S to double S at that point. So what difficulty are you doing right now? You said you have any tips to beat Sharon Hell? Right now, I gotta like honestly, CC Freeze is like the GOAT there. I would be honest. Like if you like, unless you just have the raw damage or the setup to amp yourself to just nuke really hard, being able to CC the two ads or stun them, it doesn't even matter who it is. It could be Oval, it could be Kraken, it could be anybody that can like lock them down. That is going to make that fight so much easier to manage, because they make her ramp her stack so fast. And it's really what you're dealing with is, I think she stacks it like, I think it's like per hit they stack it once, and then she stacks it an additional 2 or 3, I think. So she just needs to get the 7 stacks and she's nuking your whole team. So 2 of those rotations, you're dead. Like that's basically that. The only other thing you can do is like try to tank it out, but she's ramping as well. So it really, the easiest thing to do in that fight is to lock down the 2 ads on the side, and then you just try to put as much damage into the main body as you can, because everything else is just kind of gonna, like, if you touch them, they're gonna retaliate. That's their whole gimmick. If you're AoEing and you touch her, they're gonna retaliate. They're gonna, like, all you're really doing at that point is you're just making them ramp. So, and it's RNG too. So you have a run where they don't hit you as much, and then you'll have a run where they do hit you way more often. But in Hell, the damage scales quite a bit, so you ain't just getting away with it. Am I resetting Leon? No, I missed that window. So no, and I win it anyway. No. You said what boss? We're talking about Sharon. I'm assuming you're talking about Sharon Hell, the not the Anasync, but the oh wait, actually, I'm mixing my bosses. I am so sorry. My bad. I'm talking about Shadow Sinea or Shadow Hoyan. My bad. You're talking about Sharon. Damn. You bring what's it called there? HP block, bro. I don't know why when you said Sharon, I was thinking Shadow Hoyan. Yeah, stone me for real, right? Yeah, Sharon, you need. I mean, pushback works there too. Yeah, pushback works there too. The main thing is like any sort of cleanse, debuff removal helps there because you're dealing with dot. I would say immunity coverage is really nice there. So Kachi the guard is gonna shine there. I'm trying to think who else is good there. Anything that could push her back too, because she's the main one putting the dot on you. Yeah, she's the main one putting the dot on you. So like even for my team, I mean I can nuke her now, but when I was first doing it, I was trying to push her back, push her and her ads back. You said for Whitney, yeah, multi hits, AoE cleave. If you have like the Dyna's working like insane in there, Oval works great in there. Kraken, anything that's gonna be able to help you like with nuking or pushing back or like just kind of AoE controlling is good there. You said so Mio is good there, anti-heal and pushback. Yeah, she actually is probably one of the best ones in there, to be honest, because she can do both. she actually does both things, and the fact that her CC freeze is paired up with the wound is actually pretty nuts, to be honest. Yeah, that's what makes her kind of crazy in there. Said yes, don't let her move. Said Ember Track, she's doing too much with 3, but yeah, the 3, yeah, no, like it way too much, man. Yo, what's good, Ryan? How you doing, fam? Good evening, fam. Appreciate you for stopping by. I used to try so many combos, just can't seem to beat it. Could also be, what's your shell investment, the dart? because a lot of it also boils down to that, and then you start looking at like minor tweaks on gear. Because even in like the reality of like scaling the game, like people think they need mythic gear, but there's people that were clearing hell with like epic gear on some of their units. Like it all depends on the unit. I would even say outstanding gear was kind of like the general startup for people really clearing like a lot of the harder difficulty content. It wasn't like mythic at first. You said you got 2 maxed out white fangs, 2 max artisans. You said, okay, so from what it sounds like, another thing that can help as well is stuff that helps promote rotation for you, or like cutting or turn pushing, right? So that's why like certain shells are still very predominant, like Black Flag, Gigabyte. Those are really huge because those operate based around like say Gigabyte, for example, which the lower version of that is Shen Haijing. That operates based off of the enemy taking turns. So every 3 turns you get to move, right? The other thing I don't think people realize is that that's on a 0 cooldown. So it happens every single time that happens, right? So that's something that definitely can help. That's why I was like even saying like, you know, people are getting rid of some of those like those lower rarity epic shells, or even like Unbridled Science. Like a straight up raw 40% turn meter push will literally, it can literally make or break if you can clear something, right? When you get Gigabyte, it's about 35%, which that's like a fair replacement. But like 40% push is nasty. That's like, there's no character. Like they, for example, like number 41, before she was adjusted, she was able to do a 35% push forward. And that was like game breaking. You put her with like Marvel and like Kraken, nobody's seen a turn. That's like literally what it was. So for there to be a pet that is able to produce that same effect and it's after you go, that's pretty huge, because that means you take your turn, you're already 40% of your turn meter back to getting your turn. So if you have anything else that's pushing your team, Chiaki the Echo, what is it? You said, doesn't Kachi have 100% push in his S2? He does. This is why I keep telling people, I'm like, dude, if you like Lily, there's Kachi. If you like Biotin, there's Kachi, you know? Yeah, he has a turn meter push in his kit. So that's why, like, with my team, when I was doing my Terra Matan team on this account, I was using Kachi. And up until I got Kachi the Guard, because Kachi the Guard also has a nasty pushback in his kit. He doesn't have to push. Well, he doesn't have the push forward, but he has a push back. So he like literally hits the main body and like sends him like 60% if it lands back of his turn meter. Like, so there's that. Yeah, I mean, you can always give him crit though. Like that's not a hard thing to give him, especially if you have Gray. Right? Like, you said only missing Lilith and Mia Kloss. Said, give me a team to build. Wait, you said, wait, what was the Dungeon Dark again? It was Sharon, was it? You said, are you on what server? I'm on global server 1. He said, what team do you suggest for Phoebians? I said, having trouble there. What did I use there? Pushback. Like any sort of defense break and a nuke. I beat that with Leon, Gray, Dinah, and who else did I use in there? It was Leon, Gray, Dinah, and damn, hold on. Let me pull up my account. I can't remember who the 4th was. It's always the 4th unit, and I don't think it was Freya, because I don't think I had her yet. I'm gonna pull up my account. You said the Sharon boss. Okay, so you say you have everything but Lilith, Mia, and Kloss. So currently doing a dot team to clear most late game content. That's really good. It really is. It definitely scales more with the game. Let me see. So you have everything but Kloss, Mia, and Lilith. Okay. So To answer the Phoebian question, oh, I used another DPS. Oh, actually, no, my team was even okay. I didn't know that was their team. I was using Leon, Dinah, Valerian, and I was using Gray. That's who I used to beat that. Yo, Mr. Nimbusa, appreciate you for the pride. I hope I said your name right. Appreciate that, fam. But for Sharon, who did I use for that? Okay, so do you have like you don't have class, so you can use Dinah for the defense break amp on that fight. Since she's red, that actually would work really well. And you can use Dinah in a lot of content. Since you don't have class, she's definitely going to be a really good amper for you. The only other alternative, I would say, you could go Heinrich if you want to do Heinrich. But, yeah, Klaus would work in there. Or, sorry, not Klaus. Dinah, Freya, single target nuke. You said you have everybody but Lilith, Mia, Klaus. So you could do Chloros, since you could technically use him later in your Terramatan too. If you want to do someone a little bit cheaper, there's Dating. I don't know if you have Dating built already, but that's an option. Because honestly, you can try to go for trying to nuke her. And then try to think what else you can use. If you already are using like maybe a Ramoka, Ramoka can help as well. So it just kind of all depends on like what you're building for your other teams, so you don't have to overinvest in too much other stuff. He said I have them but not built. Said thought about it too. Okay, yeah, it's trying to do hell. Yeah, because the only other things. Okay, so this is a better question. What do you actively have built on your account? Because that actually might allow me to answer the question better. Because if I'm just going off of like, you know, like what the whole roster, there's a lot of things that could beat it, to be honest. Except for Sharon, I see a lot of people going speed clear using the team. Yeah, that's why but that's also like, I mean, if you have them in built, then that's the easy one, right? I would be like, yeah, just use your team, brother. But if like you don't, then it's like I know I did it with Leon initially, but Leon is also red too, so it kind of helps that like with her attribute for that fight too. So you think Hoyan or Holden can solo DPS Terramatan? Well, old Hoyan could. I haven't seen anything on Hoyan's like new, like where she is now. Holden possibly. I don't know. Like he's really, for me, like it's kind of hard to say because I'm just looking at him on paper. He might be able to, with the right build. But Hoyan was able to solo DPS for sure. The old one, at least. I don't know if she's gonna be able to do it currently. Unless somebody can send me what they have on Asia, because I haven't seen any. I don't even think they dropped a video for her, so I don't know what any of her skills are. You said, wait, doesn't the team need skill S5? Yes, S1 doesn't need to be max. S2 and S3 need to be max though, and that helps him out a lot. You said, oh wait, did they add it to the game? I don't think so, unless I missed that. Hold on. Oh shit! I didn't see that. Was that what that update was? Hold on, let me see. Damn. Oh, she still got that. Yeah, her modifier is kind of fucking high. They shaved it, I think, though. Because if I recall, hold on. I'm almost certain she was at 480 before. Every 10% max HP loss, 10%. And execution rate. Execution, so this fight has a 4-turn cooldown. Okay, that's the same. Hang on, defeats an enemy, allies, okay. It did wound in the skill 1. Yeah, it doesn't defense ignore anymore. That's gonna definitely affect her a little bit for sure. Not even a little bit. That's gonna affect her quite a bit. Because that defense ignore was nuts. That's what was allowing her to rip through stuff too. So let me see. Based on HP, applies revive ban. Okay, that's the same. Okay. He said, happy that Holden is not as slow as shown in the video they released. Yeah, they probably didn't have, it probably wasn't even like any gear on him really. Or not gear, but that was probably from a test from him and not the finalized version of him. Because they did the same thing when they showed the changes with like Tiamat and all that stuff. You said, why remove... Wait, TJ, what are you talking about? You said they're ruining the game by doing all this. They should just allow us to do whatever we want in PvE. There's no game that's like that. There's no game that's like that. Even in E7, when you first start out E7, they give you a team that is specific to the dungeon. Like, granted, once you get certain levels of gear and you're able to do certain things, you can ooga booga a lot of the times with whatever. Once you have the investment skill up wise, gear. I mean, for the longest time, like doing Wyvern or doing Giants, you weren't bringing like certain units into there and expecting them to just do whatever. I mean, to be honest, she's not doing what she's doing in Aurora, but she's like good in a lot of other areas in the game. You said PvE still affects PvP and vice versa. Yes, that's very true. It does. That's why I said with PvP games, it's like the balancing is not always necessarily just because of PvE. You said testing our Asia server reroll. Not sure what I think of her. I mean, it's kind of hard to call it if you're testing her on is it a fresh account? Hoyan, I would argue, needs to be built. like it's very, very, very you know, like, so yeah, so TJ, here's my thing, right? It's early phases in the game, and they like, a lot of people are saying she's nerfed, but I'm like, bro, she literally is clapping a lot of other areas in the game. If Dot works there, she can clap it, right? It's just Aurora, which I was just like, okay, like, does that ruin someone's account? Not necessarily, because you can still farm the other areas. Versus like if they made it to where everything became Dot immune, that's a nerf. That would like directly be nerfing her. Like, oh yep, we're gonna like Dot immune everything. That would be a really, really big problem at that point. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Shadow Sinea has so many areas in the game. Even most of the shell bosses. Most of the shell bosses, you want to know who the best unit is there? Shadow Sinea. So because she doesn't get one gear dungeon, I don't think that's that crazy, to be honest, because she doesn't have one dungeon out of like what, almost 50 other pieces of content in the game. And then the other thing is too is that the only other areas she doesn't work in is where Dot just doesn't work in general, which is like Union fights, Phantom Theater, which makes sense because there's no actual HP bar there. It's just a scoring board. It's just a scoring board, so it makes sense. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I keep saying is the patch stuff. It's like, but then again, hot fixes happen. But I also feel like, yeah, the communication part is always a big deal. I think that's the important part, right? But the length that players are taking it is like, they're like, no, they ruined this unit. Now I need to reset her completely. And I'm like, no, she's still busted. Like, she still beats mad stuff in the game. So that, I don't think that, like, okay, perfect example. Do you guys remember How Young in E7? That's the perfect example of give everybody a reset ticket. That was the perfect example. That unit was like insanely summoned. She was broken in PvP when she released. She was broken in PvE. And when they nerfed her, not only did they nerf her, and they didn't just make her okay, they made her terrible. Like, so that change was like, okay, like, damn, I just summoned for her, and she's like, okay, y'all just gonna do that to her? Like, that was one of those types of situations where it was like, yo, they really cooked that character. Like, yeah, and you quit as soon as you seen one. And she didn't care about the ML meta at all. Like, she was nuts. But I mean, that's like one of the things that I'm kind of looking at. It's like, it would be completely different if she worked in absolutely nothing. Shout out Sinea. I'm not even gonna lie. A lot of the reasons why we have certain changes in the game is because of Shadow Sinea. Shadow Sinea is literally, and I'm not, and this is just what it was. She was the most broken unit in the game because she had the not even the raw damage. You could build her like a tank, and she just would beat everything because of Dot. Like that's why Dot ended up becoming a thing in Aurora and other areas, because they were like, holy crap, she can just clap everything. I had did one account, and this was probably like CBT 2. I did an account where I sped ran the game with a Dot team, and I beat all of the update up to the current chapter, all the dungeons up to what they used to call Inferno was Cataclysm. Inferno wasn't called Inferno before; it was called Cataclysm. I beat everything all the way up to Cataclysm with just Shadow Sinea, Obel, Fangus, and Ashu. Like I think, and occasionally I had to alternate in my Lily, or sorry, not my Lily, my Lilith, and that was that. And that was just so I could stun lock in Doki Doki. But everything else I beat with Dot. Like it was that ridiculous. And so I maxed out her skill 1 and her skill 3, and she cooked. So she absolutely cooked. You said anything. You said any suggestions for best aside Mythic? Oh, Mythic Shell for class. So I'm thinking Dark Moon possibly. I would still personally give her something for movement so that she can actually do more with her own innate skills. I would say probably a Gigabyte, really. Like at the end of the day, something or like Black Flag. Dark Moon's targeting can vary sometimes, depending on what you're doing. Dark Moon will target the person with the highest attack, and you just have to be aware of that. So Dark Moon is good, but if you're not aware of the targeting, Dark Moon will target something on the field like an ad. Like take for example Terra Matan. Dark Moon's kind of bad in Terra until you get into later waves, because Terra never starts out as the highest attacker. He starts out as the lowest or second highest attacker. So the first highest attack on the field when you start the fight is actually the left arm. So when you're using Dark Moon, it targets the highest attacker, but if you're not trying to hit the arm and you want to hit the body, then you just kind of waste it at that point. So it doesn't extend AoE. So that's kind of that. Jackal works too. It's literally the SSR, the Mythic version of what's his name? Black Flag. Yo, Blackite. Appreciate the sub with the Prime, fam. Oh, you said Halloween? Halloween can work. Halloween can absolutely work. Yeah, Halloween can absolutely work. You said, have you seen Union Rewards? No, I haven't. You said, Dave, you go deep into this game, Zox. I mean, because I was like, honestly, like TJ, I was there for a lot of stuff, and so I genuinely like was enjoying my time. Where like when I was testing this game, I was like, I don't even think I was in my current apartment. I was in like a way worse apartment. I'd be in my little room just playing on whatever test it was at that time, and I just be enjoying the game, learning everything. I was writing down notes. I got like tons of recorded videos just for my memory, because my memory sucks sometimes, and a whole bunch of docus just to look at certain things that was like in that CBT. And so like I did all that, and nobody knew unless like it was Scion. He was probably the only other person that knew. But yeah, that was basically what I did. So that's why going into the game, the only characters I have to really learn about are the new ones, because I haven't seen them. Like Holden, for example. That's the first character that I'm actually able to see with everybody else. Same thing with Scion. We've like, so it's cool though, because we're getting to experience it with everybody in the community. You said, what's your thoughts on Rahu? Rahu's busted. Rahu is really good. I mean, he's gonna be a problem going into second week for RTA as well. I don't think a lot of people realize, like, for like a character like him now, his value just skyrocketed because of freaking Holden. Him and Holden are gonna be a nightmare to fight. Like, you better get rid of one of them, because that's gonna be a nightmare. Like, and they're both built the same. You better have some, you better pull out your defense ignore messiahs. Because, but even then, they can straight up mitigate that crap with freaking, with freaking Bloodbath and Lighthouse, bro. Like, yeah, Bloodbath and Lighthouse are gonna be a problem. Like, people, like, I'm telling you guys, if you're in a like union or you're playing competitive, speed is cool, but I'm telling you, the counter stuff is about to cook people. The Bloodbath builds, the Lighthouse, the Artisans, like it's about to get real scary for speed, because once speed goes and they just hit into all this bulk and nothing happens, and then they're getting hit back just as hard because the bulk scales off of their bulk. Yeah, that's it's gonna be a problem. And then all of them are typically like, again, Rahu's build, he's built on Bramble. He's countering. Oh, you touched him? Get slapped with this defense break, right? And I'm transferring my debuffs you just put on me. Like, then Holden, oh, it's a wrap. He get a turn, he taking buffs, he putting a res down on you, so now they both just, like, it's gonna be a nightmare. They're gonna be a nightmare, bro. That's just like honestly, that's gonna be a nightmare, like, for sure. But it's fun though, because it's another alternative for a playstyle, different playstyle completely. So yeah, man, like I don't know. I'm excited to see it though. I think it's gonna be fun. Wait, have we beat this one yet? All right, let me see where we're at, because I don't even know. You said Messiah ignore defense can still counter it. No. Yeah, so the problem is that, like, he can hit through their defense, right? But when you equip characters with things like Lighthouse restores a certain amount of HP based off of how much damage you intake. So, like, hold on, I'll give you the specific numbers, right? So if Messiah's damage at any point goes over, let me see. So if his damage goes above 25%, that triggers Lighthouse. So Bloodbath is another thing that you have to think about too, because that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna build Lighthouse and Bloodbaths, and Bloodbath makes it to where when a total damage in a turn exceeds 20% of max HP, the excess damage is additionally reduced by 55%, right? So it's made with the intent of reducing nukes. So if you're using Lighthouse and you're also using, but Lighthouse isn't necessarily to affect them in terms of their scaling. You don't care necessarily about the scaling. What you care about is keeping them alive. You have sets that can reduce that damage. If I can already reduce excess damage over 20% by 55%, you know how much that's hitting me for? That's not hitting me as hard as you would like it to, right? So if I am gonna get hit and you're gonna hit me hard and I'm gonna then be able to restore my HP back, that's gonna keep me alive longer. You can go for certain characters like, say, like Artisan can work, but Artisan isn't gonna work how people think it is, especially on Holden. Holden scales his, I think his counterattack rate and his, what else is it that he scales? It was counterattack rate and something else. It's based off of his defense at the start of battle. Artisan doesn't activate until you get a turn. So Artisan doesn't get applied until you get a turn. So that's why it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's still gonna be nice. That turn, they're gonna be a god. Like, right? Like, they're gonna be an absolute god that turn. And I think it's for whatever amount of turns it lasts, but you won't get that raw scaling at the start. Which I was like looking at that and I was like, ooh, that's kind of smart. Because they kind of did that to kind of give a window. But yeah, the shield is definitely nice for sustain as well. Yes, it absolutely is great. But that's the thing too. You're not necessarily going to have to do that, because the way that you can even finesse that, right, is if you're running a more bulkier team and you say you're building units, like think about this, right? If I'm building 2 defensive units and they're on the same team and Artisan gives the shield to the other ally with the lowest HP, and then I'm running, let's say, I don't know, healers of some sort, or somebody else that's also scaling off of HP, you're force shielding the character, even though your HP isn't really necessarily like that low, But if it's lower than, you could easily make a comp where that still will apply. And you don't even have to go crazy with like trying to make them have low HP. They're naturally going to have lower HP because they're more defense built than the other characters. So like if you're like, say like maybe they're paired up with like, I don't know, a Ling Lao or something. And then like say a Tiamat's on the team, right? Tiamat's going to naturally have more HP and Ling Lao's naturally going to have more HP. So between the two of them, they're going to be sharing that with whoever has the lower HP. And if it's them two, then it's GG. Like they're going to be keeping each other up like all day. That shield is going to be nasty. And even in the video, I think they only showed Holden with like 2 point something K defense. I'm like, bro, you can get way more defense than that. So I was like, yeah, that's going to be interesting. You said, but is Rahu good for PvE? Yeah, he is very good in PvE. The thing is that Rahu is intended to be utilized on more slower teams. So right now, people that are clearing, like say Doki Doki Hell 4, they are using Ling Laos, Rahus. They're not using the one-shotters, right? So like, that's the thing, and that's what I was trying to get people to understand is that like with certain units, you have to make your mind up on what you're trying to accomplish because some things require other things versus other things, right? So like if you're going for, say, the Ting one shot with Terra Baton, you're more fixated on, okay, I'm trying to nuke this. I need as much damage amp as possible. But if you're not using someone that has that much of a high damage ceiling, you might have to factor in, okay, I need to slow my team down and I need to build more into the bulk, sustain bulk, and then I need to try to get as many turns in as I can to deal DPS, right? So that's where you'll see characters like Mia. There's people clearing Terra Matan with characters like Mia. They're clearing it with what's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Hell Kid. Is being mixed in there. But again, they're not going for raw DPS and going fast. They're going for bulk and slow. So it's kind of the same thing with like Doki Doki. You can go for the one shot with Ramoka and you're doing the Kazuyo with the Biotin, with the who else you throw in there? Klaus, or if you want to run Freya, whoever it is for that damage amp, and then maybe even Mio for some of the setups. And then you're trying to nuke one of the ads and then go to the next wave. And then there's other people that's like, you know what? I don't got all that. So here's Ling Lao, here's Rahu, like here's a CC, so I can remove that. They still might run Kazuyo, so they can have a constant removal of the damage reduction. But you might but you wouldn't build your Kazuyo like, you know, just for speed. You're gonna try to probably bulk her up some so she doesn't like die. And then of course you would still factor in, am I going to use Gigabyte? Yeah, I probably have a couple with Gigabyte on or Black Flag so I can like rotate better, or like with the Gigabyte so I can cut after the enemies get X amount of turns. So yeah, it's that. It's really that. Say DM me on Discord, I found something in the game. Yes, Jeto, I will send it. Whatever it is, I'm going to take a look at it and I'm going to send it to him. I got you. You said people are struggling because they focus more on building for PvP. And their PvE suffering from what I saw. And for those that were here my very first day streaming, the first thing I said to you guys was, I want to help you guys with understanding that PvE is fuel for PvP. So if you do well in PvE, you naturally will do better in PvP. So that's kind of the thing. Like if you don't want to respect that's the way the game structure is in the beginning of the game, it's just gonna make it harder. It's kind of like how over time, like E7, like you have people like, say, take for example Deity, right? Deity had to develop over the course of 7 years a structure for basically making it easier for players to be able to get into PvE, but also PvP, but also the game started becoming more generous. So it made it easier to make those structures of, okay, you can do Wyvern and max this and max that in like a matter of days. And then within 30 days, now it's probably less than that, you could be climbing RTA, right? So it's like the game as it ages, it should just get better, right? This is just naturally how it goes. Because if we go back to year 1 E7, it was terrible. Like we were using like regular story to get gear, like, like that's how we got gear. You wasn't like, it was like getting on like what, Wyvern 7, Wyvern 8? It was tough. Like, bro, it was crazy. It was crazy, man. You said, are you using stability pots? Not really so much on this account. Let me actually do this because I just beat that. I'm glad I did that. So yeah, we'll put that on auto. Yeah, dude, freaking E7 day, year one was crazy. That was the game that I probably spent the most amount of money in, and it didn't give me a return. You say it would take you months to clear as a man. Oh man, yeah, that labyrinths, like, oh dude, everything was like, it was like playing Raid. Oh my god. You said, do you still max refresh on your main account? Yeah, because that's my spender account. On this account, I've been like, that's why this account progression is a little bit slower, because I've been not really pushing the refills nearly as much. Probably the next few days though, I will, just so I can clear a few, like get through more content. Because I know I have the stamina pots for it, but I got 16 pots. I haven't used one pot on this account yet. I missed the first week of events though, so kind of sucks there, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. He said, well, I can tell you this. I do feel like some of the modes are too hard for most players. So I'm a big spender in this game, and I'm still getting shit on in some modes. I mean, to be honest though, like I think it's also this, right? Even with spending, like in a lot of games when they first come out, it still takes time. Like you'll get to being able to clear certain things much quicker. But a lot of the things that people like, I was even like looking at some of the strats that some people were putting up. They were straight up like doing the darnest things, but they were using like the low investment things. They were using the black flags. I seen a dude clear freaking hell 4 with an unbridled science. I was like, I wouldn't even have thought of doing that, but he did a really weird like rotation with his Biotin, so he was able to go and cool down. I was like, okay, big brain gaming. All right, cool. I see what you're doing, right? But that's the problem, and this is the thing, right? And this is the problem that we've been having. Most of the content isn't based off of from the bottom up. So a lot of players, oh, get this character, get that character, and this is to be a fact. Most of the players that came after tested everything at max level, right? So when you test everything at max level, of course it's gonna be good. But what's the workup? And that's why it's like when people are looking for like, okay, well, what's the workup? How do I use this? Why? Most people look at my tier list and they're like, oh, you have too many characters in this tier. Do I really though? Because if you look at it, how many times have like point in case right now, the characters that everybody was like, oh, are garbage. Those characters are the characters they now want, right? People aren't chasing the Ramokas, or sorry, not the Ramokas. They're not chasing the Rosas, because that was a whole thing. People are chasing the oh man, let me get my Rahu, let me slow this down, because they weren't thinking about what the actual gear requirement was to be able to run those teams. Like that's the problem. And so that's why when people would come in and ask me, hey, are you building Rose? I'm like, bro, no. Like it's not worth early game. It's a gear. You have to get to the respective gear to really make her work the way you want her to. And that's considering that you also then need shells. You like it's so many other like moving parts that you need to make things work. So yeah, at end game when you have everything max built, yeah, sure. But if you don't have skill ups, and that's the other thing on the test server, everything was max skilled. So there was only, until what I know, me and Sion were the only two that took extra accounts and played without anything being boosted on it, because that's why. And this is a fact. If you look at the series that Sion did, his series is with non-max units for his beginner series. None of them are maxed. There's no extra assistance. There's no extra stamina pots. There's no extra currency. There's no extra anything. It is literally from the bottom up, all the way into clearing the ladder dungeons. So that is the part that's like kind of the missing part, I feel like, for a lot of players is that they're not getting that part. So when they're seeing the clears, they're like, oh, well, they got that. And it's like, well, no, man, they still there's still skill ups and a lot of things that's involved in that. You said Ramoka needs skill ups and skill 3 mainly. You said I heard the 2 times event isn't coming anytime soon, at least 3 weeks from now. I have no idea. I haven't heard anything officially. Like at this point, I'm gonna be honest, unless the devs say it or somebody somebody says it, I'm not taking it to heart or as law, because that's what everything's basically been. It's been like just speculation, and I'm just like, bro, like I need to hear from the devs themselves at this point, because, and I think everybody does at this point, because a lot of it is also a lot of assumptions as well, because the 2 times event, that became drama because people assumed it was supposed to happen, not because the devs said it was supposed to happen. So there's people that's all like literally quitting the game because of that. And I'm just like, but the devs never, I'm like, they never told any of us that. And I would know because I'm one of the first creators on the game. I would know that, but they never said that. So that's why I'm just kind of like, well, I mean, like, what do you want us to do at that point? You know, like, cause I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I can't make them. Like, I'm not gonna hold them hold them hostage and be like, you better give us that 2 times event. Like, man, I not at all. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. You said, have you heard anything from the devs in general? No, I don't think anybody has. And that's what I'm waiting for. Cause I'm like, bro, I don't even know what's going on. I do know that there's a, like amongst at least the creators, there's like the group that runs the creator stuff. They communicate with the devs. And so they've been able to get confirmation on certain things, but I'm also not in that, that Discord either. So there's kind of that. You said in beta I only use our characters, and Valerian I clear everything pretty well. Yeah, they're also way more busted too. To be honest. You said any suggestions for Shell, Boss, Shadow Flame, Hoyan? So stuck with her right now. I'm gonna be honest, bro. You're definitely gonna need something that's gonna help you with like locking down the 2 ads on the side if you're having too much trouble with it, because the ads are what really makes that fight annoying, to be honest. Not even really Shadow Flame Hoyan, because she could just get pushed back to oblivion. So I mean, there's a lot of options for that fight though. You either nuke her or you have to stun lock the teams on, or the 2 ads on the side, because they're just gonna counter you every time you hit her. That's literally what they're doing. So yeah, you have to try to lock them down. You said you are in the Discord. I mean, you were in the live stream with the devs. Why aren't you in the Discord? No, I'm not in the creator Discord, because that's a whole like separate thing. So somebody had brought it up the other day. They were asking me like, you know, do you like, because some people remember that I used to actually run the official Discord before the game launched. This was in like the CBT before the last CBT that everybody was able to play. So I was helping them out with running the Discord. And then after that, Chris came, they took over, and I dropped back down to a CC. But I'm not in any of that, because I just contact them directly. So that's it. I talked to Jack. So that's what I've done. I've just messaged him, but nobody said anything yet. So I'm just waiting. But yeah, I'm not in that CC Discord right now at all. Yeah, that's like, and really, for really what it's worth, it was a conscious decision, because I was like, I wanted to do more with the team, but I also told them that I didn't want to do or have access to certain things if I was going to be a CC for them as well. I felt like it was like I needed to be one or the other, because I didn't want to have an unfair edge against the other creators. So a lot of the times what comes with like the territory of like being that deep into working with the developers, you can see a lot of things before a lot of people. And so I didn't really want that access if I was going to be making content for them. And I told them that too. You know, so for me, it was one or the other. It wasn't both, because I feel like, again, and just in all fairness of everybody else having the opportunity to grow, because that's my goal with this space, is to help others grow. That's why I did a podcast with Sturby when he reset his whole channel. He had 0 videos on there. Did a podcast with him, and I have been asking him for the longest time, because I was like, dude, I think he's going to be one of the best CCs for PvP, period. Like, that's just a fact. I like, even over me, that dude's brain is just like, he's good. Like, and that's my thing, is I don't have an issue with giving people the credit that's due. Like, if you're good at something, I want to highlight it. True Evil was the only person I had found at the time that was talking about the resistance and effect accuracy formula. So I brought him on to the channel for a podcast, and we talked about that and a whole bunch of other stuff. But yeah, that's the thing for me. I don't want to just win. I want the other creators to actually grow and to do well. So I felt like that was a big part of that too. It was like, well, if I have access to everything, I'm going to kill them on videos. That's 1,000% the way it works. When I covered Dislight, I knew everything before everybody did. Like, it just was what it was. And I killed everybody in the space when it came to videos, because it wasn't that I was necessarily better. I just I knew things before people did. And so from that experience, I just didn't want to be put in that position, to be honest. That's really what it boils down to. So like, yeah, that's really what it is. So yeah, for me, it's like, I've been able to meet these other creators within the space, and they're really cool. I'm making friends. And so I rather that, and I value relationships more than I do status, if that makes sense. Right? Like, being that guy in the space is cool, but I'd rather it be like, yo, that community is fire. Like, it more so replicating like what I like always wanted to be a part of, was a community that was kind of like the Dragon Ball Legends and like kind of Dokkan community, where you had like Riku the Beast, you had Nanogenics, you had Rhyme Style, you had all those dudes, and all they did was collab all day. Freaking, I'm bringing that crap over. I don't even know what creator gonna do it with me, but I'm bringing that crap over here with the freaking multi-summon crap, man. That is like my favorite thing. That with the quad summons, bro, I want to do that so bad. I want to do that so bad, bro. Yo, Wallen, appreciate you for the sub, fam. Yeah, I'm bringing that. So if anybody does that before me, they definitely stole that idea, because I was like, yo, I'm doing that over here. I'm doing that over here, okay? I'm doing that over here, man. Yo, that's funny. Yo, what's good, you? Welcome to the stream, fam. You said I've been watching those guys for a year. I still have my nano shirt. Bro, exactly, bro. They're lit. Like, they're really, really fun. And so that's what I wanted the space to be like. Not what it is now. Like, and that's the unfortunate thing, is like, you know, like, I can't really, not even that I can't, because I speak on things all the time. Like, I don't mind answering any question. But my whole thing is that, like, I don't have that luxury that some people do to like get on video and complain about certain things. Like, it's just not what it is. I've learned over time, the only thing that I can really do is directly try to handle scenarios. Nobody wants to see me complain on video about anything. It just is what it is. You said, what you farmed to reach level 20 on this account? Nothing really, other than what I needed to. So like right now I'm farming Terramaton Hard 3. That's it. You said the Nano Rhyme Summon videos were fire. Those are my, I still will watch. What was the recent one I watched? Him and I forgot what his name is. They just did a summon, like a dual summon on JJK. So I was like, I was just sitting there watching that, and I was just like, yo, like, it's just fun to like watch them play the game. Like, they're not even doing anything crazy. Like, it's just fun summon sessions. Like, that's really all it is. But it's super, super fun to watch. You said, you said Diddy songs, get out of here. You said, if I can't beat Hell Terror 3 with outstanding gear and built shells, do I farm Hell 2? I would say getting, farming Hell 2 can be beneficial. It definitely can. Because that gives you some of your bulk pieces too. Like, like that Wellspring set, there's gonna be some units you build on that. You'll just have some extra of it. And you might be able to get some pieces with better subs. Because the other thing is too, and that's another thing that I'm trying to get free to play to understand, is that you don't want to scale too high, because the other problem that you're up against is, like, I would rather have outstanding gear with better subs than having what's it called, like having mythic pieces with and then now I'm trying to cipher and level that. Like, when you think about the process of, like, say leveling gear, it's cheaper to actually level an outstanding piece than it is to level a mythic piece when you're trying to min max subs, right? So like if I'm trying to say roll for speed and like say like out of the day you farm, let's say you farm nothing but Terramatan all day, right? And when you're rolling gear, it's going to be easier for you and it's going to be more cost effective to roll gear that's from the outstanding, because the higher you go on mythic pieces, you're dropping like it's like what, how much? It's like thousands, tens of thousands a roll. Like it's a lot. So like the thing is though, is that to even clear a lot of this content, it does not require, like probably not even really up until Mythic 4, really mythic gear. Like people are clearing it with the outstanding gear. Most of the supports have epic and outstanding gear on. They're not going in there with mythic gear and clearing it, you know? You said, will you make a vid about mythic gear and how to go about it? Yeah, I definitely gonna do that Insta, because that's what I've been like kind of gauging. I just been kind of watching how everybody's been playing, and I've been trying to make content according to that versus like, here's just this guide on how to do X thing, because I really want to tackle more of the on-hand issue that players are having in the moment versus like, how do you do this, right? Because that's really the biggest thing. And I think like the costs, like it's just cost fallacy, and like just understanding that everything is expensive in this game the higher up you go. Like I don't know, like it just gets way more expensive, so you got to cook yourself. You said sunken cost fallacy. Yeah, it's so ridiculous, bro. Like it's really it gets high, and unless you're able to upkeep with those costs, you're not going to be able to really do it, because you got to think about it. Like wells are going to be able to buy stuff even outside of their stamina, because that's the perk of their spending, right? So they'll farm all day, they're max refilling, so that's number one. And then every week they're able to buy packs that have EXP in them. They're able to buy packs with, and granted, it's not like they're buying like a billion of them, but they still have the extra to buy. They can buy extra packs with training data. They can buy extra packs with what's it called? The reconfig chips, right? So like when you think about that, it's like, all right, well, they can upkeep with the cost of things being higher because they're paying for it. So as a free to play, you have to think about like, okay, what's going to be the most efficient to my pocket? And that's the thing that always happens, is like, that's why I said like a lot of times meta is not even so much about like the most efficient like thing to use, right? It's usually, sometimes it could just be like people are just watching what the people on top are doing, and they're like, okay, we got to follow that, but they're not realizing the actual cost of it. So a lot of those guys, when you look at their units, they have the units like one of their skills is maxed, you know, and then you're looking at how much lattice you have. You're like, dang, I probably did like 2 units. They probably have done like maybe 4, right? Like they're gonna have more currency than you, and that's just because they're spending at that point. So the problem is people are rushing too much to the point where they're wasting resources and farming inefficiently. Yeah, like that's one thing I talked about in my video earlier, is that if you're retrying and retrying and retrying and retrying and retrying and retrying and retrying, it's fine to do it a few times, but eventually it starts to add up. Like you say, it starts to add up. And I don't think people realize when you do things like this, right? Say you're in a fight and say you're in a fight and you reset it, right? That takes a stamina. Like, so if you do this and like, let's say start, continue battle, right? And we do this and restart, that takes a stamina. That's why I'd be like, hey, yo. Like, and I've hit that a god awful amount of times. But if you try to reset this over and over and over, it's a -1. And eventually, like say you're close to your cap, it'll say, hey, you need to refill this. It'll say, hey, you need to refill it. You said restart doesn't if you, and say, I'm pretty sure it takes 1. You said 1 stamina is 5 minutes. You said restart doesn't count? I'm pretty sure it takes 1, bro. Unless I'm tripping. Hold on, we'll test it out. wait, but I'm gonna leave. God damn it. Hold on. There's no way to test this properly. Yeah, restart does take a stamina, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, I'm like, yo, it literally will tell you, because I've been at the brink of like trying to reset, and it will say, hey, you need to refill, or do you not have enough stamina? So am I tripping? Yeah. You said it does not. Yo, you said it caps. He said it doesn't. Okay, no. Okay, hold on. You said that's only when you're under 27. It looked like it'll refund it to you. Oh, okay. Because I was like, bro, I'm pretty sure it'd be asking me. You said it is buggy, but it does take a stamina. It's not always using the restart method. It said it doesn't use it up. It just says when you're below 10. So hold on, let me see something. Because you said it definitely uses one stamina point, just like a failed try. That's what I almost am certain it does it. Hold on. So we're at let's see. I don't think it does it on that. Yeah, because we're still at 60. But if we start the fight and then reset it, we would need to drop. Let me reset it twice. Yo, Ravashtu, appreciate you for the raid, fam. Hold on. So we'll do that. We'll restart it. All right, so that should be that. If it does do it, then it'll take us to 58. I think that's how that would work, right? So if we're at 60, that means it refunds. So we lost one. Okay, so yeah, it's okay. It's not the reset, so it's the leaving. Okay, yeah, it's leaving though. Damn, but that's okay. That's still bad though. Like, yo, you lost 2, recover 1. Wait, did I gain 1? Oh my god. Yo, wait. So wait, which one is it though? Because I can't tell. Hold on, what was my timer at? All right, we'll do it one more time. We'll do it one more time. We'll do it again. Guys. Yo, all right, reset. All right, cool, start. Reset. Oh, reset. Yeah, I was at 60, but they were saying it refilled because of the timer. All right, hold on. Go up. Okay, it's 58. All right, it's 58. So it's one. You guys got it. You said it takes once you leave. Yeah, you guys got it. Bro, he said, but if you're under 20, it says you don't have enough stamina, so you need to refill. It's a bug, I think. Oh, okay. Because that's what I usually will see. And I mean, that's also because I'm always spending it. But he said -2. Bro, it's -2 after two leaves. That's what that was. Bro, yo, that's funny. You said I've restarted a billion times on these Inferno stages. So no, I'm laughing at your -10 minutes. Oh, whatever. Bro, hey, so I guess that's the point then, I guess. Don't leave the damn fight, then you lose the stamina. But that's also kind of like, but that also sucks still, because if you leave, and here's even the thing with that. If you have to leave, more than likely it's because you have to swap something around. So I mean, that's also a thing too. You said don't leave till you win. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it sucks on that. Because if you're like, to be honest, if you're resetting it, more than likely you're probably gonna have to leave. Like it just is gonna happen. Like, it's dead gonna happen. So I don't know, man. I feel like if we had like, that's one thing that doesn't drop in stages is like is stamina on stuff. Like, that actually I think would be kind of cool if you were farming certain things, like how we can have like in the EXP dungeons, you can have like EXP, not just EXP map, but like the prototypes drop. That would be cool too. Watch the patch note happen to fix that. Yo, Simple, don't you give them no ideas. We come in here and now they're like, oh yeah, we could definitely eat their stamina up on the resets like that. I'm gonna be crying. You said that's what all these events are for, bro. It's so funny because I'm like, yo, it was like one of those things like somebody had told me the other day because I was like, yo, I don't really understand the -1, and I still don't. All these years I've seen different games do it, but I've never really understood it. And he said it was because of like some real techie thing, like with botting or something. But I was like, I don't know. I've seen games not have it though. So I'm like, I don't know. Is it because it's a PvP game? Like what is it? Because I'm like, in a lot of other games, you keep it, but I'm like, those also like, those are PvE games. So I don't know if that's a thing. So I have zero idea, man. He said I found out yesterday that max duping the team sitting at level 1, max 7. Now I'm literally two-shotting every boss and every content. Oh, you maxed them now? I need to see if I need to max mine, to be honest. He said I hope they add like a training mode if it's gonna be like that. Yeah, I think that would be like a kind of like a training, like so you can actually go in and test it first before I just like waste my whole life. I think that would be a good QOL. You said they just lied. Yeah, I was like, bro, I've like never heard an actual valid reason for it. So I was like, maybe I'm not techie enough to know. But I'm like, yeah, I've never actually really understood it after all this time. You said, no, it's an excuse to be honest. Said, why would I get punished for playing the game? See, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if they could, like, if there was like, and I feel like there is a reason, but I don't know what it is. Like there obviously has a reason because it's not the first time I've seen a game do it. You say, yeah, I immediately reset grade, maxed them out. Subrel, this said, and runs are 45 seconds now. Damn. So yeah, that's crazy. I mean, the dupes do help though. I don't even think. Hold on, let me see. I don't even think my gray is max. Or not my gray, my detain. I don't think I got that many dupes of him yet. He's at 2 dupes, and I know that those last 2 dupes are like probably really good for him too. He says, Zox, have you been able to talk to the deaf friend by chance about the shadow? I'm waiting. I messaged both Jack and Jared, and yeah, I'm just waiting. So I have zero idea what's going on. Unfortunately, they're in China. I'm here in the US, so I have zero idea what's happening. I have zero idea. It's probably the first time like communication's been like this though, like, to be honest, and I have no idea why. You say your mental stab on your main. You say you use your mental stability. Oh yeah, vibes. Yeah, I use my mental stability. yeah, Elder. So I'm just waiting, man. I'm just waiting, just like everybody else. You said you farming Hoyan yet? No, not really. No, I don't need to yet. No, like today I was actually trying to, on my main account, I was actually farming Hell 3, so I didn't start farming Hoyan yet. And so I'm trying to get some better rolled gear so that I can actually do the other content I want to do too. He said, wait, is the double event thing coming or are we not getting it? There was no official anything stated for it. So you 2-tapped Hoyan? Bro, are y'all on like are you using what gear are you using now, Taimatsu? Are you on momentum yet? You said we all really like the game and think it's huge potential, but do you think they're trying to money grab and then ditch the game? Just worried is all. No, I don't think there's that. But I also know, like, when it comes to game releases, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that are like involved with the actual process of launching a game. So like even like before the release, I knew that communication was gonna kind of diminish just because they're working on the game. But I have no idea though, other than that. Like, to be honest, like, yeah, I really don't see it being a cash grab necessarily, in the sense of like, let's just take all their money and dip. There's just way too much marketing for that. Usually cash grabs, I don't remember the last cash grab that like straight up paid for marketing, because that's expensive, and they output a lot of money. I'm be honest, like, there's certain things I know, like for them to have like the wikis and stuff like that, that's expensive. Like that's not like a little bit of money like for them to just do that. And like honestly, you say, yeah, I'm farming momentum, and yeah, so I'm on Asia. Okay, yeah, you're farming. Okay, it makes sense. Yeah, because I'm like, yo, if you two tapping, you gotta have momentum, bro. like, bro. You said they had like 5 to 10K streamer sponsors, so they invest a hell of money. Yeah, there's a lot. Oh, my game just crashed. Yeah, it's a lot of money, bro. It's a lot. So that's why I said like a lot of it is just like, really for what I know and have experienced, it's definitely like, yeah, if it was JR, it wouldn't make no sense. It would be the most out of pocket thing I've ever seen personally, because usually cash grabs are pretty like, okay, yeah, this is where this is going, but you never ever see them dump into their own pocket to do something like that. Like they're just not going to. That's just way, in my opinion, that would be the dumbest. That would be the dumbest thing I've ever seen a company do. Yeah, and then they're putting out, like, I don't think people realize, like, bro, they were doing, like, before the game release, they were doing $10,000 prize pools for RTA on an unreleased game. Who's doing 10 million or $10,000 prize pools on games that's not even released yet? They did 2 of those before the game even launched. like 10,000? Y'all just got it like that? Like y'all just going, okay, cool. Like, so I don't know, man. So I feel like they want to be the next Raid. RSL Raid makes 22 million a month from the game. Nobody's going to be able to be Raid, honestly, Keg. And you know why? Here's the reason. Because people are way too smart now. The people that are unfortunately stuck in playing Raid and like dumping money with how Raid treats them, it's because they're feeding on the predatory nature of gacha addiction. That's really what it is, right? So Raid is in a unique place, just like Hoyo is in a unique place, because they have built their own individual universes in a time period where people weren't really as aware as they are now. So Summoner's War got away with a lot of stuff, right? I don't think, like, people are forgetting early Summoner's War. Early Summoner's War, people were selling accounts for like $3,000 because it had 1 5-star on it. Like that was a thing. That was a whole era, right? Like that was literally a whole period of time. And the thing is that like when you start talking about games that are like, to be honest, like even with this game, right? Like in reality, I took you guys, before I actually spent on my spenders account, I spent $5 and had almost every unit in the game, right? That's insane. And that was from the rebate. I didn't even actually really spend it this rotation. That was from the rebate, right? And so it's like, it could happen. There's a lot of people that have a lot of stuff on their account free to play. The thing is though, is the investment choices and what you have to do as a spend, or what you can do as a spender versus somebody that's paying. So for free to play, it's going to be more, your currency is time. That's your currency, right? And granted, ease of access to things, it's not going to be as easy as you might like it to be, when, especially this early. But as the game ages, they only get better, right? I rarely have seen gachas outside of Raid get worse. but even then, so to be honest, the only people playing Raid are old people. You know what though? That is very true. I found out when I was actually doing some sponsor stuff with Raid, the demographic of Raid on average is age 45. Age 45. When you look at the average of who's a or what type of person is established at a certain point in their life, it's most people in their anywhere from late to early 40s. So when you think about that, it makes sense. Like, so I was like, okay, so that when I found that out, I was like, okay, that does make sense. But a lot of like the anime games, certain games are like popular in certain areas or in certain spaces. You're looking at like on average, probably anywhere from 20 to 30, right? Like in that spectrum. And most people still trying to figure out life. Like, so it's definitely like, it's definitely like a a completely different audience in terms of like the amount of money that they're willing to spend, and even in some cases what they're comfortable spending. You said in a few months everyone will be wondering why they spent $30 for 2 pieces of red gear from the level. No, for real. No, that's literally like for real, that's a fact. Because it's kind of like almost like getting back on E7 and seeing how they're handing out level was it 85 gear? Like they're just handing out like good gear now. And then like right before that transition, they were like putting them in the packs. So people were buying them. But then the game had that whole revamp for the start and they just started giving them out. And I was just like, oh, I was like, oh, okay. Like, so usually what happens with a lot of games, there's usually is what I always call a spender's transition, right? So the game will start out a certain way, and whenever they're ready or about to go into another phase, there's usually a paid portion. You said I play Raid and I'm only 39. Hey, like literally, you know what that is? That's one of those like technically. But yeah, that's funny. But yeah, it's like you know, when you look at all that stuff though, it just is how it is, you know. You said brothers playing Raid on retirement money with W, props to them. Man, a lot of those guys that spend on that game have like crazy. I met some crazy spenders on Raid, man. Like it is nuts. I've met some crazy ones. Like, am I gonna be that? Absolutely not. But I aspire to be, you know? I aspire to be able to drop 80K on the gacha and not care about it, you know? That's where I want to be. Oh yeah, we got 18 pots. That's pretty good. All right, so we're gonna go get that shadow print at some point. Said Jox, I just started playing the game a couple days ago, and I'm absolutely loving the game. But I was just wondering, do you happen to have any extra space in your union? Not in the one that I'm in. I know that we have like 8 of them that are recruiting. So if you join my Discord, Christian, we should be able to get you into one. Yeah, because like my main one, everybody in there is like level. That's a competitive guild that I'm in right now, but everybody is like damn near max level, just about. I'm level 47 right now on my main. Yeah, I'm level 47. You said right now I'm farming pets because I specifically pet farm for my team. So I like to think the people who spend like that can afford to. I know it's not always the reality, but I hope. Lucia, you know, honestly, like, I think that's always been my thing. I've never really, like there's some people that genuinely get mad because spenders spend the amount of money they do. But for me, it's always been a matter of like, well, if that's what you can afford in your budget, then who cares, right? As long as you're not putting yourself in a position where it's like, you know, you're not able to eat or you're not able to pay your rent or something, then that's like fine. Because to be honest, like to some people, 80K is a drop in the bucket, you know? 80K is a drop in the bucket for them. So you said eating air as we speak, bro. Like, you know what's funny? It had to take me to meet people with money that people with money don't actually think or look at money the way that you look at it, because, and I'm not gonna say you, that for people that don't have tons of money, they don't look at it the same way. People with a lot of money don't actually really care about money nearly as much as people think they do. Like, they really care about their time. That's really what rich people, and not even just rich, wealthy people care about their time. And if money is the answer to that, then they want it. But if it was something else, then they would want something else. But if money is the answer to them having more time, then they don't care. They're like, hey, that's what I need. You know? You said, I spend money when I don't have... Oh, damn, there you go. Spend money when I don't got time. Exactly. Like, that's literally that's the conversion, right? And it's an actual metric that these game companies collect when you play a game. They can bring it to a company and say, hey, we want to do this collab, and we have let's say we have 500,000 players that on average spend about 16 hours a day on our game. Your time is a money-making metric. Like that's what I had to learn. A lot of free-to-play think they have no value in the game unless they spend. No, they're using your time. Like that's what it is. So like that's literally what it is, you know? So I mean, like the more aware I've become of that, I'm like, man, like I never really thought it was like that. He said people with money are truly built different. Being back into a world of car racing has been a big reminder of that. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. When you started to talk about like sponsors and endorsements and like, it gets to be quite overwhelming. That's why I said for me, like, that's why I always make it a point when I tell people like, you know, I never wanted to blow up on something that I didn't enjoy doing or making a lot of money on something that I don't enjoy doing. Because like in reality, like all the semantics and the logistics and everything that you got to do in between, like you have to enjoy it, right? Like, so if you don't, it's just gonna be taxing. It doesn't matter how much money you make. Like there's millionaires that are like out here like, bro, I hate life. Like this just is what it is, you know. So you said plan to sell Zox's beard so I can summon Hoyan. Bro, I kind of shaved it down. It's not as long as it usually is. Yeah, nothing's confirmed, fam. You said burnout is real. Hit like a truck. Always pick something you like. Okay, you know, it's funny you say that, Ista, because a game I like, and I'll never forget this. I was blowing up a little bit on Genshin Impact when it first came out, and I'm saying a little bit. I was averaging about 70 to 80K a video. Like it was crazy, right? And I was just making my guides. I was doing my little doodab. I was having fun. And then the game just stopped being fun, right? And part of it was like me playing the game too much. I definitely burned myself out at that time. But the other part was like how people were acting. Like I'll never forget that. I remember, and I saved these videos on purpose, like, cause I'm not one to just say stuff just because. But I remember some of my first videos, because I wasn't able to get the like certain 5 stars in the beginning. I made a video on Xingqiu and Benny. This was like when the game first launched, and I was like, yo, these units are crazy. The battle pass that came out with the crit, the black sword, which was like, you know, gave you the crit rate and stuff like that. So I was using Xingqiu as my DPS, and I was using Xingqiu and Kea even. That like tells you. That literally tells you how old, like how far this goes back, right? So I was using Xingqiu and Kea together, right? And I remember making my video. I was super stoked about it. And when I put the video out, I'll never forget. Like I got like thrashed. They thrashed me on that video. They were like, "Who uses this comp?" What did the guy say? He said Xingqiu's trash because Xingqiu doesn't have an ult animation. I'll never forget that. Like it was like that. I was literally getting like dumpstered on, like for no reason. And I was just like, dang, dude, like the video was good. Like it was valuable information. I was just like playing the game. Yo, and you know that's true because I never forgot that comment because it was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I'll never forget, I quit the game for about a year. I stopped playing because I was just like, dude, this is just way too toxic for me. I'm not trying to argue with people. I'm just putting out videos just showing how I'm clearing the game. I was going through the tower mode and everything with whatever I had. And the guy literally, or afterwards, one of my mods, shout out to Summoner, he came up to me and he was like, bro, he messaged me. He was like, bro, you know what's currently meta in Genshin Impact right now, right? And I was like, no. I was like, I haven't looked at anything Genshin Impact. And he sent me a screenshot of a tier list, and Benny and Xingqiu were on top of it. And I literally wanted to pull my eyeballs out. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, they literally like straight up thrashed me on both those videos. And the crazy thing was that the reason why people said Benny was dumb was, and I remember, I never forget it. If you were there, you were there, and you know that you probably heard somebody say this. Benny's bad because he blows himself off of the top of mountains. I don't know if anyone remembers that, because then he had a skill that literally like diminished that whole thing. So it was like, oh, okay, like it or not even skill, it was an investment, dupe. So I was just like, bruh. I was like, man, it was literally a thing. You're like, yo, Biddy's bad because he blows himself off the top of mountains. I'm like, why are you fighting on top of mountains anyway? like, like, yo, that was so like, I was like, bro, why? Like, why are you on the top of this mountain fighting and trying to run hands? Like, you already don't have 1 foot off the cliff. Like, why are you up here? You said, is Hoyan out for our server yet? No, she's not. It's probably gonna come out reset. He said, yeah, I remember that. 1 month later, there was this whole thing. Was breaking accounts. The C6 Benny, because he switches element to Pyro. Oh, yeah, if you maxed him out. Yeah, I remember that. Bro, that was nuts. That was nuts. So that's why, like, even with this game, man, like, yeah, she's out in Asia right now, unfortunately. Only in Asia, I should say. Wait, you said, do I have a favorite Animus? I saw your tier list and the SSR, so I want to know what's your thoughts on getting Rosa as my Animus target banner choice. I think she requires a good amount of investment, to be honest. You can pick her, but to be honest, I would say it's going to be better to flesh out your account before you make any decision with that target summon, to be honest. Because if you pick something on that and then, like, let's say, like, you only get dupes from there on out, it's gonna suck, because a lot of players' accounts kind of went that way, where they didn't really see how much they could flesh out their account, and then they locked their target selection. Dude, Klaus is kind of game changer. I ain't gonna lie. Like, she's definitely, like, for damage amp, she's nuts, and even just for rotation, like, her rotation still eats in Terra Matan too, which is kind of crazy. You said so who you pull for first between Holden and Hoyan? I'm pulling both, so I mean, my free to play, it depends on what I need, but I'm pulling both on that account because they're both looking kind of strong. I ain't gonna lie. I feel like easier to build though is definitely gonna be Holden. Holden's definitely gonna be easier to build. Yo, Chew, that's not what I said. I said on the paid account, I'm playing my free-to-play account now. You said that's what happened to me. I picked Shida as a target and went with it. Dupes were a killer. Yeah, that's why I was like, honestly, I went Ramoka, but I also had so much crap on my account by that time. So I would say, like, you really wanna push as far as you can before you decide, because yeah, once you locked into that target selection, you know, you can't make a different decision. He said, bro, Holden's really good in Aurora, will be new meta. Said stripper attack down, effect res down. Already have Holden at max skill 3. Yeah, that to me was just like they cooked on his kit. He's gonna do Terra too. He's definitely gonna be able to do Terra. You might have to, like, you know, reconfigure some of your setup a little bit, but he's gonna be able to do it. He's definitely gonna be able to do it. It said you got too many summon SSR to build for now to use this select summon. Now just build what you have and tell me if you feel missing. Yeah, that's honestly valid. He said should you put lessons in both? What, you talking about Hoyan? And they're both, like, Hoyan is definitely gonna need to be built. Like, if you really want her to pop off, she's gonna have to be built for real. Between the two of them, when I was looking at their skills, I think his skill 3 is, like, the most important thing, really, because that increases, like, your chances of, like, the resistance down and the attack down too. So that's a whole nother thing. He said, Zox, both of those accounts are pretty busted. $5 bust. Bro, I'm asleep. Honestly, that account's no longer going to be worth $5 come the banner drop. Because I definitely got pulls. It said really be good at Terra, but I'm not running Dot and Terra, so I don't want to change. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. You know what though? That is a valid point. He would work in a more slow roll team too, like, for sure. So I don't feel like getting on him, to be honest, because I have Hein and he's more of a reliable neutral stripper, and I don't have a green DPS. Oh, that's fair. I mean, no, that's fair. I mean, that's the thing, though. You should be pulling according to like what you need and really, honestly, what you want to play. Like, I don't think it's required to pull both either. Like, I like, to be honest, like one fits, both of them fit two different play styles. To be real. Like, that's the thing. So you kind of have to like look at it from that perspective. Like, which playstyle do you like? First, what you need, but then like, what playstyle do you prefer to play? Like, because Holden's definitely playing into counter meta. He's like like a counter bruiser basically. Like, he's definitely playing more into that versus like Hoyan is definitely cleaving. Like, she's 1000% single target nuker cleaver. So that's like definitely two different play styles, to be honest. It said, yeah, even if I get them, I won't build them for like 2 months since I want to build Rosa, Messiah class first. That's true. He said they are PvP units anyway, right? So I need PvE. No, they can work in PvE. Like Hoyan is probably still gonna be very good at nuking things with good gear. Holden for sure shows a ton of promise in PvE across the board though. And that's because he has the 100% pushback in the skill 2. He has the dispel and the attack down and res down AoE. So that's good in PvE because the thing is that makes him one of 2 characters in the entire game that has that. The only other character that you can get that from is the light character Marvel. So that's why I was laughing, because I didn't think they were gonna give another character like resistance down anytime soon, and they gave it to him. So that resistance down is massive. You said, are you doing your pulls in this stream, Zox? I'll probably get back on when the game resets, because reset doesn't happen until like 4 in the morning for me. So I probably will get back on. It won't be in this stream because I don't even think the banners are up yet. Yeah, the banners aren't up yet. We still have, yeah, like for example, we got 10 hours on whatchamacallit's banner, Freya. Yeah, so we got literally 10 hours. So I'm gonna probably go work out, go eat at that point, and then I'll get back on stream at that point. You said just stay up. What's the worst that can happen? Wife killing you? No, she's on a road trip. No, I went to go work out today. That's what I like. I had a whole plan in my head. I was like, I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna go get my gains. I'm gonna cook. I promised my fiance I wouldn't order any food while she was gone, because as soon as she leaves, man, I be hitting that Uber Eats, man. she be like, oh yeah, no. She already said, you better not order food while I'm gone. I was like, all right. I was like, and the funny thing is I can't even like sneak and do it because our Uber app is connected. So as soon as I hit that order button, she gonna get a notification. Hey, I ain't trying to deal with that. Bro, he said, got it kind of clues to when Hoyan was dropping. Yeah, it's gonna be a reset, I think. He said, you got caught before you even started. Yeah, so I can't even do it. You said DoorDash too? Look, Somatic trying to help me out. He's like, bro, there's other apps you can use. Nah, I don't think that one's connected, but I'm just honest, you know. And she's gonna ask me, and I'm not gonna lie to her. Like, if she asks me, did I order? And I did, I'm just gonna tell her I did. You said, which new hero you think would be good for Nico? To be honest, if we're just basing it off of overall kit, it'd probably be Holden. It'd be easier for people to build. But that's because of the pushback. He offers something that I feel like helps out with that fight immensely, to be honest. He says Holden's still worth getting if you have Heinrich. 2 different units. Heinrich is a buff stripper, but he also is damage amping. I mean, to be honest, yeah, they're very different. Yeah, they're very different. You said free to play Zox cooking in PvP. It's that Obel start. It's the Obel start, man. That's all it is. But yeah, I would say like honestly, if you're clearing stuff fine and you don't feel the need to get them, then I don't see any point in pulling them because you can get them from standard. It's a possibility. But yeah, I think it all depends on what it is you're lacking on your account. So it's not just like, I mean, technically you can use Heinrich and like Aurora or Terra. Like he works in both. Holden is like, I guess, like I said, more than just what he offers PvE. I think he's an option for PvE, but he's a different playstyle for PvP, if that makes sense. So I think if you're pulling him, like for most free to play, the conscious decision of pulling something, you got to look at PvE first, and then you can think about PvP. So I feel like if you already have Heinrich and you're doing PvE stuff, I don't think you necessarily need to get another stripper at that point. The one thing I will say though is that with Holden, he's going to be good in a lot of content because of that resistance down. Like that's the reason why we still use Marvel in a lot of stuff too. It's the speed down, that resistance down is pretty nasty. You said how PvE centric will Hoyan be? She's going to be there to nuke stuff. So just how people are using Chloros to do damage, like to nuke, that's what people are going to more than likely do with her as well. Her gimmick is a little bit different though. She's going to need to die in order to really ramp. It's a little bit different than like Chloros. They're very similar, but they require two different actions. She needs to die to ramp. So that's kind of the thing with her. Would that work in a Terramatan? Yes, it would. Because that's literally how we were clearing Terramatan before. The one thing I will say though that I have to test, and this is the thing, and it's why I'm not really pushing for Hoyan and people to pull for her, is because she lost the defense ignore in her S3. The defense ignore is really what gave her that like crazy, like I'm wrecking everything in the game when she hits stuff. So I don't know if the 450% multiplier would be enough. I'm not sure. I haven't seen anything yet. Somebody on Asia server might be able to contest to it or tell. But that was the one thing that I was like, okay, yeah, she doesn't have that anymore. And that was a pretty big part of her having the defense ignore with the amp. That was something that really like made her super crazy, because you had like the AoE with, you know, Messiah with the defense ignore, and that was crazy on its own. So the fact she could scale her attack and then still have defense ignore, I was like, oh, man, that's that's kind of busted. I don't know. Yo, what's good? Eddie said, hey, I started Etheria on and watch a lot of your videos. Finally got time to catch you live. Yo, appreciate you for coming through. Hope your day's been going well. You said she's like the water demon in Summoner's War. Yes. Actually. You know what? You just made me think of something. I pulled the light panda the other day. Like I was laughing because I was like, dude, you know how many years it took me to pull the light panda? But yeah, I literally just pulled that the other day. That's funny. You just made me think of that. He said, does a Hoyan work with the Ice State shell that make you revive? Okay, so here's the thing. When they implement it, see, and I say I'm an honest cookie, okay? Right? When they implemented the Amber, Hoyan wasn't in the game to test it. So unfortunately, I couldn't tell you 100% how she interacts with it. That's the problem. I wasn't able to test it because she wasn't in the game. They literally removed her last beta when they brought Amber into the game. And so Tian Long. I got him. So it could be good, it could not be good. I don't know if when she dies fully, if she retains her amp. Because if she does do something similar to like what Tiamat does, then she's gonna be broken. And that could also be a strat that could work as something like Terra. But it's just the application part. I'm not 100% sure. It's just simply because she wasn't in the game to test it. You said I wonder because waifu over meta. No, that's fair. You said I'm building enough people was a skip for me. Honestly, I think the thing with this game, like I said before, is that you're not worried nearly as much because you have the ability to get things from standard, right? I feel like this first rotation, still a fair chance to get them from standard versus like, you know, say 6 months from now, 7 months from now, or 8 or 9 months from now, the pool's only going to get bigger, so it's going to be harder. But I'm hoping like something that they consider doing is like maybe every like 6 months or so, they consider like maybe doing like some sort of like ticket for people to be able to get an SSR or something. I think that would be kind of cool. Or even like resetting, like say like resetting the target selection thing after X amount of units get added in. Because I think for free to play, like realistically, if they're going to be adding units into the game in this 2-week window, which I get why they're doing it, is so that there's more unit diversity in the game. Because I think especially like this initial like launch and like pushing a PvP game, you need to have multiple things for people to be able to build so that you can have different strategies. Otherwise, everybody builds the same thing, right? And it's going to be that way in this beginning anyway. But I feel like the sooner that they get more units into the game, the different like variations of different dungeons you'll see, and also different strategies that will present itself in PvP. So I know there's some people that was like, oh man, the 2-week window, and they're complaining about that. But I'm like, bro, they're doing a 2-week window instead of 3 weeks, but everything gets added to standard. So there's no game that does that. Like they're not like, usually like if you're in like say HSR, Wuthering Waves, whatever game it is, if you miss a unit, you're not seeing them to God knows when. Like you're just not. So just the idea that you know that you can still pull them at any point, you can get spooked, they show up, like now you got them. I think that that's kind of fair, to be honest. And yeah, E7, I was like E7, right? Yeah, so E7 does that. And so it makes sense. But that's also because it's a high intensity in the sense of like trying to have units rotating in, so meta isn't just like that one unit, like, and you have multiple different things that you can build against. It's like, yeah, other games you need to wait that unit available on standard banner. Bro, the thing is as soon as the unit drops, they're on standard banner. They don't wait till after they leave after 2 weeks. They don't, nope, standard banner immediately. So that's why I said like, there's like a lot of people have been messaging me like, Zox, why are like you gonna like they shouldn't do the banners this fast? And I'm like, bro, like you literally don't have to go crazy, because the other problem is that like, if we could answer this question, realistically, are free to play going to build every single character? Let's just say you have 3 weeks, right? Are you even building what you have in 3 weeks? Like, no. Like, there's already people that bit off too much to chew, and they're already building too many SSRs. So to add another one, it literally, and that's what's going to happen to some people. And I'm telling you right now, people are going to quit for the exact reason that they quit E7. They're going to keep pulling. They're just going to pull all these units, and then they're going to have the units just there on the wayside waiting to get built when they finally can build them. Like that's literally what happens on E7. And players hate that. It's like, yo, I have all these units, but I can't like, I mean, granted, now it's much easier after 7 years, but it's like, still a thing where like your account can go from like, all right, cool, I got my little group, to now I have 30 units that's just sitting on my account. And it's nice to have them, but it's nicer when you can play them, right? So that's how I kind of look at stuff too, because it's gonna happen. You say I hate when people act like you're gonna when you have to get every banner as a free to play, as if you could do that in any other game. I mean, it's like one thing, like let's say you were able to get them every banner, you can't build them all. Like that's the other problem you run into. So you'll have them, but can't build them. And so it's not like that's necessarily any better either, because usually like the way I look is like, hey man, if I got this unit, I want to be able to do something with them. So that's why I even said for my free to play account, it just depends on what I'm like, what I need. Because like if I get certain things that I'm not gonna really go for Holden, for example, because I like for example, like this account, it's like, dog, why am I pulling for Holden? Like it's all red. I would be putting myself in a hole at that point. Like I got Leon, I got Biotin, I got Mia, I got Veronica, and I got Chloros. Dog, I can't. I don't need any more red on my account. So it'd be like that, right? You said Mr. Pogi was complaining about not getting enough lattice on like E7, but he has no idea how E7 started. I mean, that's the thing, man. It's like every game, like it has a progression cycle, and it's just standard norm. You know, I could get the sentiment because like I think this is what it really is, right? There's the idea that a game should be like a game that's 7 years old on release. That's the idea and the expectation that's been set by a lot of just individuals generally. So when games come out, they expect there to be the level of treatment that they're getting from another game, but they forget. It's almost kind of like I don't know what to really call it, but it's like they basically forget the entire work up to that point. And they forget that, like, in order for a game to really get to the point where they can become more free-to-play friendly, they have to make money. If we're even just saying for argument's sake, like, them giving access to so many units, them having units that can actually be viable, they're on a much better track than those games comparatively to their year one, and I would say first 2 weeks or first month, right? Because even in like E7, even in Summoner's War, those early days, it was really paywall, which was a completely different thing. Where if you did not have a certain thing, you couldn't clear it. You can actually clear a lot of this game with just the SSR, with just the SRs, right? The problem that players are having though is they didn't build them. Like they went to start pushing and investing in more of their SSRs. So now they're like at a point where they have to try to double back. And that's a lot harder to try to do versus, okay, I'm at this point, content's still flowing, all the resources are still fresh, I can build into my SR. And even with the scale up investment, you are gonna just have way more access to things. So that's the thing. You said E7 was never a paywall. You could always clear content only with 3 stars, even year one. Bro, the first year, in the first like 30 days, you literally had to have a Sez or a Vildred. It was one of the two. And even then, people were still getting stuck. Gear was coming from story mode. It was not coming, you barely were getting gear from Wyvern. Like, it was just the way it was. Like, it just was that way. So the thing is that as the game scaled, you had content where it was literally, you have this content, ooga booga, you win, versus if you don't, it's gonna be slow for you. Like, it just was what it was. So the 3 stars progressively got better once they implemented specialty change to keep up with the current meta in that game as well. So they had to do things to also keep things going with the way that the game was going, because they had a constant power scaling in the game, right? That's the reason why that game kind of is where it's at now, and they've balanced it to some degree because it was always upward like this. The next thing that was coming out was this, right? And so even looking at that year one, I remember when Una came out and Luna came out and freaking Euphine came out. They were busted when they dropped. The amount of money that people spent on just those 2 units, and they weren't even MLs, was insane. Let's not talk about the access to MLs year one was almost non-existent. And that was the basis of PvP for the most part. If you wanted to play PvP, you needed MLs. Good luck getting them. So that was E7. And for anyone that was there, straight up lying if they're talking about it was free to play friendly year one, because it was not. And I was a whale in that game at that time. I spent thousands in that game. It was not free to play friendly. Like, it was terrible. It was terrible year one. Like, and it was like, I even remember like when they ran certain collabs, like, I don't know if you guys remember when they ran Guilty Gears for the first time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dizzy, bro, Dizzy literally, like, yo, if you didn't have a Dizzy on your account, you felt it. 'Cause she just had the dumbest ability. Her skill 3 was broken. It was like, it was so many different things. Like even like when they implemented Seaside Bologna, you literally couldn't do certain clears if you didn't have a Seaside Bologna. That was the SSB, like did that to the game for the longest time. It took me 5 years to get my first SSB, bro. like, like it just was how it was. Like if you didn't have certain units, you felt the game was just different for you. Biking was one-shotting Golem and all types of craziness. Like, yeah, it's like, man, like, it just was the way it was. You said if this was E7, we wouldn't have Lily, Heinrich, Sinea, and all that right now. But that's what I'm saying, right? And so I'm not saying that the game has to be anything like, you know, it's not saying that the game should just be bad because it's early. I'm not saying that. But I'm also saying it's just kind of like comparatively, it's like we're getting way more than what we usually would get, right? Even being able to start the game out and you're doing what in the first week, like 500, almost 600 pools, free to play. That's nasty. Like that's insane. Considering that we have the soft pity kicking in at 50, max is 80. And so I think that that's the other thing too, is like, I'm like, man, like if we want a game long term, they also got to be generating money somewhere. Cause even when you think about it, like my game that the game we were playing, Tribe 9, that game EOS, because they did something that was too free to play friendly. They literally matched all of our currency that we spent and gave it back to us. Like, oh, you said soft pity is 50. You said, does it state that somewhere? Yeah, if you go to standard banner, right, and you go to permanent summon, and you go to probabilities, and you go to about the rules, it says, if you do not obtain an SSR Animus after 50 consecutive summons, the subsequent drop rate increases. So soft pity starts to build up from there. So from any point from 50 to between 50 and 80, you're basically going to get your SSR, right? So like that is insane. And then they dropped the other banners by 20 pools. These were 100. That's, yeah, it's only for permanent, but they also dropped the limited banners down. So the limited banners were 100 pools. They dropped them to 80. And actually, hold on. Let me see something. Yeah, they dropped it to 80. So it was 100 pools before. So players asked for it to be lower. They lowered it. So I was just like, okay, well, I mean, like I can't be mad. Like they literally like were like, hey, we'll just make it easier for you guys. Like that's fine. You said the problem with Tribe 9 is a new game with a new art style, and it was a hit miss with people, plus having the anti free to play sentiment killed them early. I mean, no, but what I'm saying though, Genesis, is not so much that they like was the hit or miss part, because that was its own thing. Really, they screwed up with how they implemented the gacha with a 0.3% rate. Like that was nuts. Like I almost like I couldn't even like really like defend that, because I was like, well, that's somebody didn't do their homework. Because if you think you're coming out with a gacha in 2025 with a 0.3% chance to proc something, you just lost your mind. Like, I was like, yeah, y'all done lost your mind with that one. The game was still fun, but because it had the gacha attached to it, you got to come correct with at least the rates. Like, you can't come in there, because that'll kill a game all on its own. Like, let alone gameplay and all of that. Rates will straight up murder a game, to be honest. It just is what it is. Now, if they would have came out as like a standard, like just an RPG that didn't have a gacha, it wouldn't have mattered. But because they put that in there and then it was really bad, it was like, like, you know. But the mistake really wasn't even just so much of like a mistake, because it was like they had to do it, but it was also so free to play friendly, it ended up hurting them long term, where they said, hey, everything that you guys spend in this game, we're going to refund it to you. Everything you spend, not a percentage, not at this point you get a lower, like, no, everything you spent, we're going to give it back to you. I had people arguing with me, telling me that's a cash grab. They're just making money. I'm like, bro, you don't make money by giving back. You don't make money by giving back. That would be like, basically, I go to a restaurant and I buy a steak for $100, and then they give me a steak back. So I get my steak and then they give me another steak. Do they make money from that? Like, No, they just lost $100 potentially. Like they didn't make money from that. So the reason why that's such a detriment in a gacha is because that meant that for two banner row cycles or two banner cycles, they did not get anyone to really buy packs. You're telling me between JP and Global on a game, you gross 70K? But like that number killed me. I was like, yo, I didn't know it was that bad. For a gacha, that's terrible. You said buy one, get one free, but they intend for that, right? Like they prepare for those types of things. But if a restaurant is just standard, like we just going through and nope, like it's not. He says better than that because they doubled your currency even if you never spent money in the game. So many people, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, free to play got all their currency back too. So you basically had all the initial start. So it would be like in this game, if we had like say free to play, you did your 500 pools, right? And then they were like, you know what? Hey, let's just refund them back all the pools that they've done in the game. That means that you would get 500 more pools. How many rotations would you like at that point? Even spenders would like, even in that middle ground where it's like the casual or the light spenders, they probably wouldn't spend because, bro, you just gave me 500 pulls. Why would I spend? Like, and that's my logic. You just gave me 500 pulls. I don't need to really, honestly, I don't even have to spend for like the next, like, what is that? 2, 4, what is like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Probably the next 10 weeks, maybe more. If I don't want those units, you know, like you said, hey Zox, I give you a sub, then you give me the next one free. Next one, I'm dead. You said, what if they give you a $2 steak? Hey, I mean, that ain't gonna be Wagyu. That's gonna be Salisbury. Bro, that's gonna be one of them TV dinner steaks for $2. You said, do you think the Shieta? Okay, so can somebody explain that to me? Yo, Light Dark, appreciate you for the sub, bro. Yo, appreciate you, fam. So, okay, what exactly happened, right? Because I heard about it, but I also I turned my brain off on certain things just because I just feel like the approach is just like really like it's just a whole bunch that's going on with it. So what was it that happened with Shieta and her buff strip? Was it her buff strip that stopped working, or was it something that she was working against that got tweaked or something? We said we'll be live later when Hoyan banner is up 10 hours later. Yeah, I'm gonna be going back live around that time. Yeah. He said, none of us said, I'm not a fan of Shadow Noise, but I'm loving the game, so I really don't care. So I would rather they make adjustments now while people are still building than when everyone is in late game. That's true. You said the champion is fine. Said it was the boss. Okay. It said they made that buff undispellable. And see, I couldn't even tell you if it was supposed to be or not. Like I don't like that. I don't remember. I don't remember that at all. So the middle guy and Doki can stack damage buff when you hit him. She used to be able to steal it, and now she can't. So though they have the damage boost it gave. Okay. You said she had an attack buff and Doki and one shot the team. See, okay, so that's what I was wondering. So somebody came in yesterday and said, "Yo, did you know you could one shot with Shieta?" And I was like, in my head, I was like, "Yo, I don't ever remember her being able to do that." But if she can now, I was like, "Oh, that's cool." I never remembered her doing that. Okay. Okay, so that they're gonna have to address that specifically because I really honestly don't know. I feel like the damage reduction is one thing, like that's something that I've remembered, but the middle ad having the buff on it, I don't even remember what that was really. He said means most players, they made it easier for a Doki Doki boss fight and removed the weird one shot that was never supposed to be there in the first place. But that's what I'm saying. I don't remember her doing that like ever. I never ever used Shieda to like her damage is just never like that. So okay, wait. They're taking the damage buff from the boss and was one-shotting the boss with his damage buff. Is that what it was? Come on, y'all. Y'all thought that we was come on, y'all. Y'all thought we were supposed to be able to do that? Yo, that's literally, bro. Okay, point in case. Hold on. Chat. No, like for real. Shit, tell this to your friends, right? Point in case. I'm telling you right now, I am 1,000%. I'm telling you, I get why they did it. Because here's the thing, right? There's a character in the game named Veronica, right? And I'll tell you for a fact, they started changing characters' abilities because of this character. She's the start to that crap. She was the one character, and so people were like, I had somebody on my video, they're like, oh, you misinforming people. She doesn't do that. I'm like, no, she used to be able to steal every buff in the game. Veronica could steal any character's buff and make her do whatever, and she could do any ability that any character had. Veronica literally could take Biotin's Underworld Flower and fully resurrect her entire party. They nerfed it. And you know how they nerfed it? They said, hey, you cannot, it could be dispelled but not stolen. So they changed that. Bro, that attack buff literally one-shots anything. I'm thinking it's a standard attack buff. That goddamn buff is probably like on modifier, like, that modifier has to be insane. Because I'm telling you, I've never seen Shieda one-shot anything ever. Not in Doki Doki. like I've never seen that. So her being able to steal that is 1,000% a bug because they won't even let the character that steals buffs do it. That's 1,000% a bug. Now they need to communicate that 1,000%. I agree with that, but I've never seen that. Like, bro, that's literally that's low-key a cheese at that point. Like you said, I saw that in the tourney and it was wild. Bro, nobody wanted to play PvP when she did that. When Veronica could steal Biotin's buff and res her whole team, nobody was trying to deal with that. She was literally the top banned unit in that RTA season because who wants to deal with the character that can steal any buff and use it against you? Absolutely not. Bro, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think that buff, I get the sentiment, but that buff is busted, dog. There was no unit in this game that was intended, including the character that's supposed to steal stuff, that was intended to steal every buff in the game. She can steal certain buffs, but she can't steal unique buffs. That's the thing. You said it's in the patch notes. Oh wait, did they have it in the patch notes, Jojo? Because I'm telling you like that, I could at least say that was definitely something that they have been nerfing in this game. Because Veronica was the first character that they had doing it, and they said, hell nah. They said, hell nah. You said they communicated it? Okay, they did put it in the patches? Okay. So I mean, that's all that matters, because I never, ever knew she could do that. That's why when people were coming in like, yo, she can one-shot Doki Doki, I was like, when? I was like, since when she can do that? Yeah, Veronica. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, it was Veronica that they said something about. You said, yes, they said it when the issue was fixed. Wait, are you talking about Shieda, Jojo? You said, Gacha gamers always want a reason to stop playing a game. Bro, so yo, y'all can clip that and send it to whoever you want. It is a fact. They literally nerfed that engagement before the game even came out. So I know that's 1,000% a bug. What happened was somebody found it, put out a video, said, yo, this is crazy. I promise you Shieda was never like that. Like that 1,000%. I'm 1,000% ain't nobody supposed to be doing that because they didn't want it. They literally straight up nerfed the character that literally steals buffs. That's all she does. Like that's her only ability. Like Like, bruh, you said you said all games have bugs. Yeah, I mean that is true. That is true. But my whole thing is like from what I was gathering, like I'm thinking like it was like something that was like, okay, she was supposed to do it and they made her not do it anymore. Like that's what I thought was what was happening. But that buff, I'm gonna be real with you, it like that buff is insane. Like whatever that modifier is on that buff for that ad, cause you know when you get hit by that middle ad, he's full sending somebody to the grave. So like if you can steal that, like what? Man, I would have been doing that. You said more manufactured drama because they for real said they didn't want us stealing boss buffs. Yeah, they did mention that before. They did. He said the one thing I did like about Dislike was when they nerfed the unit. They at least gave us a reset ticket. But see, that's the thing. They didn't nerf her. They just made her operate properly. Because why would you let Sheeta do it, but not the unit that buff steals? Like that makes zero sense. So they lowered it. So you said it's a 5% stack now. So that's still better though, because even Veronica, bro, why would they let Sheeta do it but not the unit that's supposed to steal buffs? Like that's literally her whole gimmick. So that would make zero sense. You said Veronica buff is insane as well. Said Drac made a team with Veronica and Beta that autoed Inferno Terror without anyone being able to get to be killed. And she has the Soul Ward. I was about to say, yeah, the Soul Ward on her is like insane. It keeps your entire party alive. You said there's also a visual bug now where the characters will switch continuous battles, so you'll see a gray doing a skill for Leon and so on. So it's bugs 1,000% happening. What I hope at least is that which, I mean, they're compensating, I guess, in the form of currency, but all they need to really do is address it. Is really at the end of the day, they really just need to address it, because I definitely get the sentiment on it. Yeah, because that's the problem is that like everybody is calling things nerfs, and it, like I said, words don't mean anything anymore. If you can like, and this is my thing. If they could prove me wrong and say, well, that's a nerf because of X and reason, then, hey, we can have that conversation. But they can't, because it's literally something that has just been in the game. Like, it's not like it's not like they just decided to do that with Sheeta. They literally had these checks already in place, but things sometimes slip and happen. So I think, again, like, it's the most important thing I'm looking at is them addressing it. I don't think they're trying to be scummy and just nerfing characters just because players are using them. Because again, if it was a matter of one-shotting, why not nerf Ramoka? Like, why not? She's not a limited banner. Like, you would need to nerf her too if that's the case. If you don't want one-shotting at all, like, so it's like certain things like to me would have to, like when it makes sense. You nerf Sheeta, and Sheeta when she doesn't really do more damage. Like, so it's like that wouldn't make sense. They actually buffed her before the game came out. So there's that. Shadow Sinea didn't get nerfed. They adjusted the boss, the same thing. They didn't nerf Shadow Sinea. So everybody's saying she got nerfed. She's still steamrolling 95% of the other content in the game. Everybody is saying that she's nerfed because she can't do one piece of content in the game. Like, that's not ruining your account. You literally can still do everything else with her. Yeah, I would even argue most of the shell bosses die, just straight up die. They faint. Don't even die. They faint to die. Yeah, they straight up faint to die. So that's what I mean. It's like that. It's like, bro, she's busted. Like if you have a Shadow Sinea, bro, you're eating right now. You're getting crazy gear on Terabatan. You could probably blast through most of the damn the shell farming. The thing is that, like, for what it's worth, these were things that were supposed to be in place. Like you said, the thing is for people who didn't know, it feels like a nerf. Said where it is or it doesn't, where it is not doesn't seem relevant. That's where good communication is necessary, I think. Yeah, Lucia, I 1,000% think that that's fine. You said, careful, we're gonna get called the information ninjas again, dude. Like, man, but it's like I don't get how we're out. Like, see, but that's my thing though, bro. Like, I don't get that part. Like, instead of, this would be my thing, right? I like, at the end of the day, when it comes down to all of these things, I've had people like for example, Sturby has reached out to me. He's asked certain questions directly. I've extended my hand to everybody to say, hey man, because I'm a cool dude. I don't care. Ask me whatever question you have. But it's like trying to paint the picture like we're just like we know these things already. It's like, bro, I mean, we don't really address things until it happens in the game. And then it's like, oh, that's a visible thing. I didn't know that was a thing. And I'm finding out a lot of stuff from people as they bring it to my attention. So it's just mad weird that they're acting like that. Like, I don't know. I don't know why. You said, do you think they'll give us more resets? You talking about for the character stuff? Nothing's ever been confirmed. I've had a few people come in and ask me that. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm even saying that with my info. I say this all the time. I like take everything with a grain of salt. or as a grain of salt, bro. Because there's so much information that's being shared. You have to cipher through like what's actually a thing and what's not. And I would say the best thing to do yourself a service is only operate off of confirmed official information. I'm saying that even over what I got to say. If the devs ain't say it's true, just assume it ain't happening. because that's been like the entirety of everything cycling. Is there's been a lot of like things that's just been pushed as an idea or an assumption, and it's not necessarily the truth. People that don't know that these things are existing are pushing it as if it is one thing, and all it takes is one person on top to say, oh, that's a nerf, they're being scummy, and now everybody is on the bandwagon of, oh, that's a nerf, they're being scummy, and it's just like, what? I'm like, bro, like, okay, like, what are we supposed to, okay, like, you know. And so for me, like I said, I'm not going to go on video and make it a whole nother thing, because that's how you start issues for over absolutely nothing really at the end of the day. And for me, all I can do, and here's my thing, chat. I understand who I am as a content creator. And when I say this, so the people that get it. I don't have the luxury to get on video and complain about stuff. Like, I keep saying that. Like, I don't have that luxury. So I've always put myself in a position to actually be able to communicate with developers, because I don't have that luxury. I can't get on video and complain about stuff. People don't take it that way. They don't even just take it as complaining. I can't be constructive. I can't be any of that on video. People take it, they take it for how they take it, you know? So for me, the best thing that I feel is just what I do is I try to handle the problem at the source. So I'm like, hey, if I can directly talk to a dev, I'm gonna just talk to a dev. I ain't gonna make no video. Forget all of that, because all that, what is that really doing at the end of the day? Nope, I'm just messaging them. Like, you said, it said Val's really good with Sheeta, so I can provide quick buffs. I think 3 orbs, turn 3. Maybe turn 2 cycle is right. Yeah, she's good with her. She works with Ling Lao. She works with a good amount of people. Said, do you think they'll continue the 12-day 2-character cycle? It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. You said you're a breath of fresh air at the moment. Everyone's losing their mind, and the community is split into 2 clear factions: people who got Messiah and people who are mad about. Yo, people who are split into Messiah, people who are mad about nerfs. I mean, because, I mean, I said it yesterday. When you make certain choices, you should learn from them and do better. For me, I'm not trying to tear the community apart. I feel like, yes, it is important to hold the devs hold them accountable for stuff, but I also don't think that, like, I think some things get blown so far out of proportion that. And people aren't gonna like this, right? But my reality is this, because I've been a smaller creator before, and I'm a much bigger creator, so I actually now have that luxury where I can like jump into another game and be okay, right? But I remember being a smaller content creator, and a lot of the bigger CCs than me would get on games, they'd ruin the games, and then they go back to their old games, right? Like, and then I'm sitting here like, well, damn. Like, I don't got a game to play, right? And when you really look back, I look back at a lot of situations, I'm like, damn, that wasn't even that serious. like for real. Like, I really look at a lot of situations, I'm like, man, that wasn't even that deep. Like, we was really wilding out over $1. Oh my God, let me not do that. but I look back at situations and I'm like, man, like that was like kind of insane. Like we kind of went kind of crazy on that. And it gets to the point where when you make it to where now that's the norm of what people see. So before, that's what, you know, when people see stuff and then they're hearing, like, imagine people coming to play the game for the first time and then they're like, pay to win scum. Like, you're like, do you think they're going to play the game? No. All that's doing is diminishing the audience. That's all that does. Right. And then the thing that like makes it worse is it's not even factual info with some of the stuff that's being said either. So it's just like, you know, and it's like, you know, I can't fight the entire world at that point. Like I said, the best I can do is to continue to make content and have fun. And that's that. Like, I mean, I reached out and I'm in the same position as everybody else. Like, so I don't know, man. Like, you said none of what's going on is even that serious. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like I said, like my goal is to try to bring the community together. You know, not really trying to separate people, like, because it's really all that's happening. So it's like people are so reactionary. It's the same in every game, and yeah, that's my point. Like, I'm not making certain videos. Like I said, I'm not making certain videos for that reason, because I just don't see, I don't see the point in doing that. You said you were the real one. You said the one real dislike creator besides RTR that loving and enjoying the game vibes. We're just and are just real with you. Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong. Like there's a lot of great creators, and so that's what I want to do. I want to spend more time highlighting those guys and shining light on them, because there's guys that are literally showing people how to get through this content without having the top stuff in the game. Like, and they're doing it just fine. Like, you know, so it's like, I think that it's a lot of stuff is getting blown up way more than it needs to be. You said there's some CCs that do talk so unreasonable about a game. It really gives me a headache. I mean, that's you said great game. That's my thing, man. Like, for me, I'm not worried about what other CCs and that's my life, right? Like, that's how I just approach life. Like right now, there's people that's mad at me because they feel like, I guess some way, somehow I'm like withholding information. I don't know what that means, but there's people mad at me right now. You guys see what I do when I come to stream. I literally just be sitting here chilling, laughing. I help people. I be shouting people out. Like, I don't give a damn what's happening to that degree where I'm so worried about what everybody else is doing that, you know, I'm just stirring the pot. Like, I'm just like, bro, my first stream was 20 something hours of me teaching people, and not even just teaching them, giving suggestions on what teams they could build. So much so I damn near didn't even play my own account that whole first stream. That was 23 hour stream, right? I was chilling, you know, like I was cool. But I think for me, what it really is that like, it's becoming this thing where like, I don't directly like, and that's my thing is like, I'm from a different generation. We don't like do the whole like talk behind people's backs thing and start drama. And like if people had stuff to say to each other, they just said it. Hey, they went somewhere, they handled it, and that was the end of it, right? But I'm also at an age now where like, hey, that's not the option, right? Nobody's trying to resort to violence. That's not it. And I don't think drama is healthy for the space either. So that for me is just like, I just like, for me, I don't want to pour more into that pot. So for me, it's just really, if anybody has anything to say to me, they can just ask me. I never really, I don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. Like, anybody, literally Sturby the other day messaged me, is like, hey, Zox, anything going on with the devs? Have they communicated this? Can you send them this message? Can you let them know this? Like, hey, we can have a conversation. It's just this weird, petty, childish thing. And I'm just not trying to be a part of that. I'm not trying to be on no talk and getting farmed for views and all that stuff. I'm just not about that, bro. You said, you said I'm good at Veronica. Get out of here. Bro, yeah, so that's really what it is, man. And for me, it's that I'm trying to set the tone for for younger creators coming up, man. You don't have to be irate, you don't have to be loud, you don't have to be a drama creator, you don't have to be certain things to be successful. I kid you guys not, I cannot express how much I appreciate you guys, because even outside of the streams and stuff like that, dude, I make a really, really good amount of money. Like I live extremely well and people would not even know. But it's just one of those things where I think people think in order for them to get to that point, they gotta act out of character and they can't just be themselves. If you're just a docile, chill person, you can build a community of people that just want to be around you because you're chill. Like, you don't have to be the guy that has to have an opinion on everything. You don't have to be the guy that has to know everything. It's okay to be human. Like, I don't know. Like, that's how I look at it. It's like, I don't know everything. I'm excited when you guys come in here and you guys have, new strats. Show me the strat. Oh, when they came in here yesterday talking about one shot, and because somebody literally came in yesterday and was like, yo, we're one shot in this Doki Doki now with Shida. I said, yo, can somebody send that to me? I was like kind of hyped because I was like, yo, who's doing that? I was like, who figured that out? I was like, I need to see that. So that's why because I'd never seen it. I was like, okay, that sounds fire. So that's my point, is that like I'm not trying to be number one. I don't upload unnecessary amounts of videos. Like, I upload what I feel like is necessary, and then I get off and I go touch grass. Like, like for me, this is just a very small portion of my life. It's a very important part of it, but I think it's that. Like, I really want people to understand that part. It's like you're more than what you are on social media, right? Like, it was like whatever you present out here, yeah, that's what people are going to judge and that's what people see. But at the end of the day, I value when I turn my camera off, I'm happy. I'm not depressed. I'm like, I have people that care about me. I go to the gym. I do certain things with myself. Like, like I'm not about the drama thing, man. Like, I rather be sitting, like watching a movie or something with my fiance. I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to inspire people to do. It's like, bro, hey, people saying what they got to say, you ignore that crap. It don't matter. Because at the end of the day, you don't win, you don't win. You said, true, how many streamers got communities where they just chill and chat entertains? Bro, some of my favorite creators, like one in Maximilian. Bro, he's just a aged gamer. Like, Maximilian is just an aged gamer, bro. This is what it is, man. Like, his wife will pop up every once in a while. His kid will pop up every once in a while. Like, he's just that guy. He knows his stuff for what he knows, and he just be enjoying himself, man. And that's the thing. Yeah, he is a fighting game pro, but he's not toxic. Like, he just be chilling. Like, he just be chilling. Why can't you be that guy? Right? Like, it is clearly proven that there are guys that are successful that aren't assholes. Like, you get what I mean? Like it just is what it is. And so, like, I'm looking at dudes like Nanogenics. I'm looking at these creators where I'm like, well, they're pretty successful and they're just doing them. So I'm like, why can't I be the same? So that's all I want to provide, is that, right? Because at the end of the day, you guys as a viewer matter the most to me. Because when you, like, really, this is the value, right? You work all day, you might have kids, you might have school, you might have whatever the heck you got going on in your life, because there's a whole bunch of us in here. But I want it to be when you guys come to the streams, you just are able to just enjoy what we're all here to enjoy, which is the game, right? So that's why I'm like trying so hard for it to be like this bubble where it's like, bro, I don't even care about none of that. Like, because unless it really is like this crazy thing, it's like I ain't even going that deep. Because at the end of the day, like, regardless of how like mentally stable or strong you or sound you might be, nobody wants to sit in a stream. Like I know I don't. That's just me personally. I don't want to sit in the stream for like 50 billion hours and it's just complaining the whole time. I can't. Like it just does something. It's an energy siphon. I can't do it, bro. It just is what it is. So yeah, that's my thing, man. So that's all it really is. It's like proving that you can still game after 35. Yeah, I mean, bro. You said level 38. Should I save gems for summons or keep refreshing stamina? 40 is like the sweet spot, but you're already kind of there, so you can chill if you really want to. Because we got the banners coming up, so you could save. You know, at this point, I would say like if it was like you had the week before, then there's that. But 38 is still a good spot to be in, to be honest. Like, honestly. You said, Zox, don't give yourself, you said you don't give yourself enough credit. Say you're an amazing creator. The only reason why you're not bigger is because you don't run to the next popular game. That is true. You said this is clearly a demonstration of fully developed frontal lobe context. Man, I mean, that's the thing. I like really all it is, man, I've learned from my mistakes. It's just that simple. I was that creator at one point that was super loud and was trying to be right all the time. There's certain things that, like I said, as like knowing what I know now, I don't have that luxury to be like that. There's very, very few. And like I said, that's just not who I am. Like it's not who I am. That like having that YouTuber persona, I call that BS sometimes. Like it's cool. It could be entertaining, but I'm who I am. Like the thing is that I like the idea that who I am right now, you could show my mom my streams and I wouldn't feel ashamed of it, right? Like this is exactly who I've always been. So like that's what I mean. It's like if my mom or my grandmom was to watch my stuff, they would actually be proud of me. If my future kids were to watch my streams, I think they'd be pretty proud too. So like it's stuff like that I look forward to. It's like what the next 30, 40 years of my life, looking back, what am I going to think about what I did then? And I don't think a lot of people think about that. It's just like to the win, with everything. So like, I don't think like that. You said a CC with hair has, he's been it all. Yo, chill out. I'm dead. You said the fact you did Last Claudia for so long was nice. And it was cool to see you move on and be a person in each community. Yo, Blinks, you know what's crazy? Yeah, Last Claudia was one of my original games. And I did that for a year or two after the game kind of died. And one of the coolest things, and that's why I said, like, I learned, that was a learning situation for me. There was a creator, shout out to Buddha Fish. I'll never forget when Buddha had messaged me and he was like, dude, you were one of the OGs in this space. Like, I watched you and you inspired me to become a creator. And he took over that game. And he actually did even better than I did. Like, he actually damn near revived the game. I've never seen a creator do that. He revived an entire space. Like, and I was like, yo, and that's the thing that I feel like it sucks to see sometimes is that the guys on top, they don't try to help the smaller guys. And so I helped him everything, any question he ever had, I always tried to help him. Like, I always tried to help him. And that's just because I was like, yo, he's sick. Like, he's like doing his thing. And what is his intro? Because his intro kind of reminded me a little bit of RNJ's. Because RNJ's is so catchy. Good morning, like, it gets me every time. I'm like, yo, this RNJ video. What is it? What would he say? Oh my God. It was like, was it YouTube or something? It's like something mad random he would do in the beginning of his videos. Love that dude, man. But yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. We're supposed to help each other, man. Yeah, YouTube. Yeah, bro. He would hop on a video. I'd be like, dog. Like, that was like, man, that's what I mean, bro. Like, I actually became a fan of his. So it was like, for me, it was just so sick. Like, you said this one is very hard to believe. Bro, you don't believe I have hair? Bro, hold on, Deity. Yo, what's good, Deity? See, like, I became a fan of Deity even. Like, bro, I'm telling you, I live for helping people, man. Like, I really do. I live for, like, supporting people. Like, that's I just love it, man. Because it's more than enough space for us to all do well. Hold on, I got a picture. I actually have a picture, chat. Y'all gonna be dying. Hold on, I got a picture of me with hair. Hold on, I'll show you guys. Since you guys don't think it's true, I'll show you guys, man. Let me see. All right, let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if it'll blow up on my screen. All right, so, all right, y'all. All right, listen. I was that guy, okay? I was really that guy. Hold on, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all real quick. He using I'm using ChatGPT. I'm dead. All right, hold on, chat. Let me do this. All right, can y'all see that? Can y'all see that? Bro, that was me with hair, bro. That was me with hair, bro. Yo, I used to have crazy hair, dog. Yo, listen. My hair naturally stood up in the front and it would just stay like that. And so, yeah, bro, I had the crazy afro. I was, he said looking like the 70s. I'm dead, bro. Yo, hold on. I was kind of low-key aura farming, bro. I was aura farming. I had my chain on. Bro, I was a completely different person. I was a dancer. Like, that's when I was dancing. I was 18 in this picture. And hold on, so y'all don't think that's AI, bro. I was that guy. I was really that guy, bro. Yo, I was. You said, did you clone yourself or did your afro warp reality, bro? The funny thing is that in that period of time, that was the years of Instagram where it was popular to do a mirror picture of yourself, right? So like everybody always had the double pictures, basically. So it would just be you facing one way and your picture flopped on the other. That was like early Instagram, bro, and Facebook. He's like, bro, that looks like a picture from the 80s. I'm dead. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I was that guy. I really had crazy hair. And that was like a big part of my identity. And so like when I lost my hair, I started balding, got older, I had to find something else that like, like you said, how long ago was that? Like 10 years ago. I was 18 in that picture. I'm 28 now. Yeah, I went from Afro Samurai to Saitama, literally. Yo, that was funny. You said, why are people telling you? Are you talking to people in game chat? They're saying that because she doesn't one-shot stuff, but Leon can clear literally everything in this game if you put her in the right team. But she's not one-shotting stuff, and they're really only saying that because she doesn't get as much value from her 30% absorption or turn meter still. But her damage is fine. Like she's absolutely okay if you have her. You just have to make a team for her to not die in. Like it's kind of what a lot of people need to do, in general. It's like people want to one-shot Leon. The team has spoiled people. She doesn't have the same kit either, and she hits like. I think like the hardest I've been able to get her to hit is around like 65-ish K, like almost 70K, somewhere around there on a crit. So she can still just do respectable damage. It's not like astronomical, but it's still respectable for an AoE. It's not bad. You said, I hate to ooga booga on you, but does Veronica have value in PvE and PvP? So I got her yesterday and called her stinky. No, she can. You called her stinky, I'm dead. No, she does have value. She can technically do Terramatan. She can do Aurora, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she can do Aurora as well. Because the main thing is that it's like her skill 3 was one of the only options at one point outside of Heinrich for a auto buff strip. So she's really good for that. So she can steal like a buff and then share it. So like if you steal the immunity buff, she shares it to the party. If you steal like the defensive up buff on Terramatan, she shares it to the party. And then she also has Soul Ward, so that's a death prevention. So people use that as well so that they don't die. It's almost like having a Valerian skill on your entire party, basically. So Yeah, it's literally Valerian's skill like on the entire party. And then she also gives some shield as well. You said, have you seen my Terra Inferno clear? I seen your, I did. Yo, Leva, I gotta, yo, hit me up on Discord, man. Because we gotta talk. We gotta talk. Because you're right now, I think, weren't you #1 on PvE for that? For our server? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you're 1 of 2. And you were definitely here first. Yeah, you're still #1. Yeah, you're still #1. But yeah, I did see this. And look, Veronica. Like, everything I'm saying, there's literally proof in the pudding. Right here. Everybody that's like, Veronica's bad. Look who's in here. And mind you, yo, why does everybody, like, I feel like nobody wants to listen at all. Like, it's like zero. They're like, yeah, nah, Zox didn't say that. I'm like, like, yo, I literally told you guys who was gonna be doing it at in-game if you did have high range. Like, and even then, she's low-key safer because she, like, bro, she's actually safer because she has the death prevention. So you can take Valerian out the team. Like, you said Olivia has been here every beta. Dude, I'm telling you, every single game or every single beta, Livia has been here. Every single beta. Like, the person I will always be like, yo, damn, free to play. This is before we could spend money. He was doing the clears and clearing things with Gray. He was like all the stuff that we're trying to tell people. Livia was one of the first people in every beta, even now in release, doing the damn thing. Like, literally every beta. Like, I can't, like, so it's like, dog, like, oh, brother, I don't know, man. Skill ups level 4 here. And what is that? That's the chance to steal the buff to 80%. And that's more than likely to just make it more consistent. Because I think it's at 50%, if I'm not mistaken. It's at 50% chance. And then it's 100% guaranteed for the spread. So, you said tell him start YouTube. You said watch a replay. Wait, does it have it? Wait, or actually, can I see your wait, why is it not? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. All right, chat. Look, we'll shout out to Livia, right? And what's cool is you can take the 2 times 3 off. See, you start out with a fast. Okay. Fast Veronica buff strips. She gives Soul Ward, stops Dinah from dying. This is literally Valerian, but AoE, right? Okay. Chloros goes in after the nightmare. Boom. Now we start our 10 hit count. That's 2. You got Revelation at this point. I think that's 3 hits there. Oh, damn, that was 10 already. Oh my God. Then the ting. Boom. That's 2 more. You need another 6. She about to cook. Bro, that Soul Ward is busted. Yup. Boom. And there you go. 66. She dies. He ramps. It doesn't matter. You won. There you go. There you go. There you go. Hold on. Let's play that. Wait, was that one? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see Livia's. I thought that was Livia's. Yeah, that was Livia's. So I was just telling Zox yesterday I don't have Veronica. Bro, bro, that's why I said my free-to-play account about to be crazy. It got Chloros and Veronica on it. Yeah, I feel like it was the same thing though. Or yeah, I played this one. Yep, because it was the Veronica. Yeah, Veronica. Then it was the Chloros. Boom. There you go. Bro, yeah, this is the one. Steals that defense up buff. Shares it. Yo, that's so OP. Bro, it's because it's like, it literally makes it to where like you straight up are now not having to use the skill 2 on Freya because you get the defense up buff. And because she's giving you a buff, she also still uses her passive. Man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. You said, wait, who'd you just get today? Wait, who'd you just get today? Oh, you got Veronica today, Kat? Yo, congrats on that. Yeah, the Scarlet units, man. Yeah, so, I mean, again, it is what it is. You know, we talking some of them spender vibes, but hey. You said, I'm going to try to do Inferno with Heinrich, the Team Class, Chloros, and Valerian. That's, yeah, you should be able to actually do it. Actually, you can do it with, I'm lying. You can do it with Heinrich in that setup. Yeah, you're just going to have to tweak it. It's the workup, man. He said hot fix. Yo, he said hot fix incoming. I'm dead. He said, I'm 300 in, so more like a fish than a whale. So 300 is not bad. That's not bad at all. That's a lot of people think that people spending are spending way more than what they actually are. He said Terra about to go through Soul Ward. No, bro, Soul Ward is a death prevention mechanic. It's supposed to be like that. It's literally like Valerian literally has the baby version of it because she has it in the bubble. But like Veronica's only value really is stealing buffs, Soul Ward. Like that's her value. You said I think I'm gonna build Coral Snacks. Yo, that was funny, bro. But hey, like that's what I mean, man. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. But that's super. I would not recommend you to try that though if you're free to play. Not right now, no. Yo, Pure, appreciate the sub with the Prime, fam. Yeah, I would still advise against that if you weren't able to put the investment in those characters, to be honest. You said, is it fine to farm Hell 2 if I can't do Hell 3 or above because I farm Nightmare 3, but can auto Hell 2? Wait, you saying Hell 2 for what? Yeah, Hell 2 for what are you trying to farm, Slat? Said, gotcha guys, please send Heinrich, Veronica, Klaus, and Lily. So I'm asking for too much. I mean, yeah, dude, listen, if you can farm it at the higher one, farm it at Hell 2. Hell 2 is perfectly fine because the thing is too, right? And Livia will say the same thing. When you're like I mentioned before, when you're trying to farm gear, you're gonna be still trying to farm certain levels or amounts of like gear for substats. Bro, the gear rolling is gonna be terrible for a free to play if you're trying to do it only on mythics. You're gonna get away with being able to roll a few pieces a day. I'm telling you, like for most of the content, like climbing and scaling, you really want to roll lower and then progressively go into the higher stuff when you have the income for it, because otherwise it's gonna feel really bad. You said, bro, everyone is broke on coins. We really need more of those, and that's what I'm saying. You're spending and they're saying that, right? So free to play can't even really scratch being able to keep up with certain amounts of income, especially over time. Like free to play are realistically, you're not going to be able to refill every day. It's just gonna stop. It's gonna stop. So that even is going to be a thing. So like for those that are at the top are still working through and still don't have enough, what you think is going to be like for you as a free to play? It's not going to feel great. You're going to be like, damn, I just leveled 2 pieces. That's literally what's going to happen. You're going to level 2 pieces and you're going to be like, dang, like that's it. Like, and then it's not going to be the rolls you need either. Like it's just what gear rolling is. He said I had 2 mil yesterday, and now I have 5 nickels in my pocket. Nah, for real. He said, what 12-8 would you pivot to on supports debuffers, if at all? Depends. It really honestly depends on who it is. Because, like, for example, like, still running, like, things like Strive or Bulwark is going to be, like really good for some characters. There's going to be some characters that straight up pivot into Bloodbath. Because Bloodbath is just going to be good for like the whole damage reduction and like, and that's good in not just PvP, but that's also good in PvE as well. Because being able to reduce incoming damage over a certain percentage is going to be huge on certain units. I even was testing things out like for certain units, still building them fast, but then building them on Bloodbath or with a pet that like help, like maybe like self-sustain them a little bit more, and it made my runs better. Like, there's so many different ways that you can go about tweaking your team to do something unique to get a clear. There's no like set in stone way for you to clear something. Like, there's so many different things. Like, somebody seen me running somebody caught it. I cleared my health 3 with me running a White Fang on my Freya, and it was just because of I needed the extra damage, so it just marked properly with my detain. Like, so it just all depends. You said if it's for heals, PvE safest bet. It said Cure, Swift Rush. Cure and Swift Rush is really good. Like, honestly, like, you're gonna have the base speed at that point too. Definitely better subs. You know what's been triggering me though? I've been rolling like 12 subs on speed now, but on my DPS. I'm like, dog, I need you to go slow. Like, you don't need to be rotating. I don't need you going faster than everybody. Like, it won't roll on any of my bulk or speed gear, but on my damage gear, oh, plus 12 speed, easy. I'm like, dog, I don't need that. So what about global? Will she be there or just on? She's coming on reset. He said broken sets can work. Wonder, yeah, I mean, to be honest, they can, because in all honesty, like, even if you're losing a little bit of like the modifier, it doesn't really matter if you're not like rotating properly. Like, that's like something that just straight up cooks stuff. And that's the thing too. I think, like, I don't know like how long it's been for some people going through a brand new PvP game, but really even just turn-based games, that's usually how it is. Like, you're not using like your optimal sets yet. Like, it's usually stats over sets. That's usually the idea. So that's why, like, it's like, you know, people I think are trying to get like the perfect set, and it's like, well, no, like, if you have like, that's why there's still people running around with purple epic gear on, because it rolled a 12 on speed and they haven't gotten anything else to roll speed, so they're like, yeah, I'm using that. It's I spent so much leveling gear, I feel like I got negative coins. Man, listen, like, that's the thing. It's like you really are looking for like I said, it's like whatever is going to give you the cheapest or be the cheapest cost is going to be the most beneficial. And like I said, a lot of the stuff that you're using to scale in the end game, it's a lot of that earlier stuff anyway, right? It's a lot of that earlier stuff. I've been capped this whole time, and I need to burn it on something. What do I need to do? Hold on. Hard Doki 3. Let's see. Leon, Nightmare 1, or Terra 10 times. Oh, wait, I got to hit 25. So, wait, is Phoebian unlocked on this account yet? No, 23. Okay, so we'll just farm some... We'll farm some Doki. All right, I don't know if I could do 2 consistently yet, but we shall see. Yo, what's up, Ken? Ken, how you doing, fam? Is that how you doing today, bro? Noodle Top, I'm doing all right, fam. I can't complain. He said, how much would you value Lily's S1 until the last speed node versus investing in another DPS like Holden, for example? I mean, Lily just has a lot of pairings, so there's that. That assist is just kind of a universal thing that anybody that's paired up with her can take advantage of. So it just depends on. It really honestly depends on like what you're trying to do. I would say like Lily is just across the board gonna have a lot of value for your account. I feel like for Holden, like I told everybody before, you got to consider skill ups, man. Like, he can do things in PvE, but I really feel like he's there for counter meta. Like, that's what I was saying. Like, you got to think about what you're doing in PvE already, what you actually need, And then there's the PvP side. So for me, like I said on like this account, am I going for Holden? Absolutely not. Because I don't feel like it's going to be constructive to what I already have or really help me in any way. So it's that, right? Yo, Decisions, appreciate you for the sub, fam. Hope you're doing well today. He said, Lily's S1's been a great streamer. Yeah, I feel like her S1 is a great investment, to be honest. Like, I don't feel like you can go wrong with it. Like, and the thing is like, you got to think about it from this perspective. You got to make an investment at some point. Like, it's really one of those things where it's like, you got to start somewhere. So, like, it's like, you got to start somewhere, right? Like, you're gonna, like, especially as a free-to-play and you're not just able to buy Lattice, like, when you want to, got to start somewhere. And a lot of free-to-play, I'm probably going to make a video on that. Players are going to have to make a conscious decision with what they want to build, and they're going to have to kind of stick to it. It's kind of like the same thing in E7, right? Like, the best practice was to stick to a character until you max Molagora them. Because if you tried to go and, like, you just rubber band and you never would have fully built units, and it's always better to bring a fully built unit into an RTA scenario, or really honestly into anything, versus not having them fully built and they're half baked, you know? So that's like a whole nother thing. Yo, Flame Wolf, appreciate you, fam. No worries, appreciate you. That's what the streams are all about. Appreciate you, fam. You said, speaking of Holden, he's actually in the Innocent Echo logo. Oh, I didn't even notice that. It's on your main. Are you going for both? Yeah, I am. You said, 3 hours in. Yeah, I was doing some PvP. I just started my matches back up again. Like, come on, Lonzo. You know, that's what happens when you talk in the chat, bro. That's like literally what happens. He said that's why I'm at 2 6 stars and can 6 star like 3 more, but waiting because not sure who. Fabian, that's fair. That is fair. That's what you have to do. I think like a lot of the times with like first banner rotations as well, like that's a really important decision. Yeah, it's a really, really important decision, because a lot of like what this first week is to get people to the point of basically trying to decide like what you want to ultimately do. There's going to be some that are like, I'm all about speed. So, I mean, you need speed in kind of everything, but there's going to be more that are more focused on cleaving. There's going to be people that start shifting into building more of the counter, like bruiser builds and stuff like that. I mean, that's what they're even kind of presenting with some of these units. So, I mean, it really is going to vary based off of like what you really want to do, because everything is going to, every type of gameplay style is going to have a meta, basically. Like they're going to have, it's going to be something that's meta within that respective play style. And then there's going to be the battle of the draft, right? So whoever can outdraft who is going to basically kind of determine who wins, really. In a lot of cases, that's probably like 80% of matches is like who drafts better. He said, back had that fresh cut. Welcome back, Soul. You said game meta will shift from cleave, bruiser, then back to cleave, and it will even out. Usually goes like that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, first week is all cleave. Second week is probably going to be a little bit more bruiser. Then people are going to counter that, because that's when you start talking about like counter to counter. Like, so it's like there's going to be something that's going crazy. 1 week, the next week it might be something different, or the next month it might be something that like it's definitely going to be something that shifts. Like some character is going to come out and it's going to enable the crap out of somebody that's been benched for months. So like everybody's just going to miraculously want a Tiamat now, because there's going to be some unit that comes out that makes her super busted because they pair well or something. Like it's going to be a whole bunch. And so I feel like that's what the game too is. Like once people actually get their accounts like kind of stacked, they're able to farm up currencies at the highest efficiency. It's not gonna feel so bad. It's not gonna lie, them giving different stories, giving PTSD because of Street Fighter. Wait, which Street Fighter was that? I know which game you're talking about too. You said when's Holden coming out? I think I reset Darius, so we still got like 9 hours. He says that's when building a team. Should I wait a while for White Fang drop, or should I use Twilight Knight for the time being? White Fang makes it easier to use him, but he can be used with Twilight Knight. You just have to remember that like White Fang targets after you hit, Twilight Knight targets before. So like if you're not getting Like, which in reality, I guess it really doesn't matter as much, because if you're targeting with, and I would say it doesn't matter in the sense of like how they operate with the Ting having it equipped, because the Ting a lot of the times should be targeting the character or marking with the lowest HP. So if you didn't get the lower HP before he goes anyway, then he's just kind of cooked when it comes to the marking until his next turn. But usually with White Fang, it's more damage that you're able to pull from that pet. So that's why people shift up at least on the DPS, because you can get more damage out of having a White Fang equipped. And then also your shell pairings. It makes sense just to have it because you're going into like a Keen Eye. You get the higher base stats, so you're able to hit harder. So there's that. Like in a lot of the teams, you really will see more than not, they'll have epic whatever on the other units. The DPS will always have a White Fang, at least. Revelation comes a little bit later, so that's like when you're at Shadow Flame, Hoyan, you gotta be clearing hell mode to be farming Revelation. So if you ain't clearing hell mode, then you might as well forget about it. Cause like in reality, Nico Nana, and that's why I said like it's like even the epic packs are still valuable because you still can farm them. You said White Fang is good value. The 12% bonus damage is really good additional to the hits. Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah, because even with what's it called, Twilight Knight, it's 60%, but like if you honestly can help it, having the damage is huge, because it basically, and then it crits crazy too. He said I'm still using them on both my DS, even though I'm 50, I have every shell available. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like that's one thing I was like looking at is like the shells, depending on what you're trying to do or who you have, some shells value just like completely skyrocket. Like I've seen a lot of people say like they love Gigabyte, but then they'll say Shanghai Jing is trash, and I'm just like, but I'm like they're literally the same thing. I'm like, what is literally the earlier version? I'm like it's literally the same thing though. So like if you're not at Gigabyte and you want to do the cutting, Shanghai Jing is your answer. And it's still good. Like it's still a respectable push. Granted, even with the 40% push that you get from Unbridled Science is still crazy. Like, yeah, Unbridled Science is still crazy. That 40% push. We've had everything nerfed damn near that's over 35 or at 35. Unbridled Science, the only thing that you would be missing there is the raw base stats. But if you're using it on a character just so you can simply get them to rotate, you don't care. Like it just is what it is. So Unbridled Science is crazy. Like that is definitely one of like the one of the very few pets that I was just like, man, like that's kind of a crazy amount of value for an earlier pet. Like even over the epics. And that's the only unique that I really am like, damn, like that's really a crazy one. 40% turn meter push is crazy. So that's the value there. Yeah, you say you still use Unbridled Science? Yeah, it's really good. You said, how do we sign up for United Front? So our union leader has been MIA, the Vowels Union. Let me check on that, Sprigato. Okay. Because that's my first hearing. I'm gonna figure it out for you guys though. All right. Let me actually see something real quick. Let me message Vowels. Yeah, I got you. No, thank you for letting me know. He says the Discord link broken. Is it? And the one in the pinned comment, is it broken? Hold on, I'll message him right now. All right, yeah. He says Monday and Tuesday is the registration period. Okay, I just want to make sure. They're saying it was inactive though, so I just want to make sure so we can figure out if we got to move some stuff around for people. All right, so we are winning Doki. Okay. Doki clearing. So you can't register yet. It's probably once the battle pass starts. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. That yeah, if he's inactive, I gotta swap him out. If that's the case, so that everything still runs smoothly, or at least if something happens, I can make sure he has an officer to take over for the time being, because it could be something that happened. Yo, what's good, Ace the Acer? So I've been watching you inconsistently since Dislike. Thank you for your helpful content. Yeah, thank you for watching. Honestly. You said it says invalid. Hold on. Let me drop another link. I guess I'll update that one. My fault, fam. Bruh, let me see. Boom, boom. And boom. All right, there you go. You said I have 6-star Rosa. Should I second my 6-star, or sorry, should my second 6-star be Heinrich or Ling Lao? Depends on it depends on what you're trying to do. Ling Lao at 6-star is not the worst thing. That's going to be more bulk on her, like individually. If you're trying to use her for something like, say, your Doki Doki, she's going to also be something that can work in Aurora teams as well. But the Heinrich is going to also be good for like the buff strip and damage amp. So it all really depends on who you use more, because the main thing with the 6-starring, even for him, is it makes him faster. So he gets a higher base speed. So that's kind of the main thing. If you're trying to get him to, or you're trying to use him to open, 6-starring him can help out with like the speed requirement that you need to get. But it all depends on what you're trying to do, really. He said Revelation is only good for high multi-hits like Heinrich, Dinar, Victor. So Abysmal single hit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. A lot of people thought it was going to work with Dot. I was like, oh, God. I was like, bro, if that worked with Dot, absolutely not. You said I'm conflicted because I have Ramoka, but I want Hoyan, but I need to be Doki Doki, and I only have 2 6-stars. Bro, you might have to just build a bulkier team. Like, you have Ling Lao, so that's heal. You still need some sort of like, damage like stripper. So I mean, it just really all depends on like what you want to do for what you have. You said, how's my Valerian built? My Valerian is built with HP right now. She's just bulk. I run her slow because I have her skill 3 maxed out, and I usually have her on like Artisan, so when she comes out of her bubble, she can give shield and keep the team alive. So did you get rid of shells with only 1 substyle, or do you? Oh, you're talking about modules? I got rid of some, like if they were really bad, but I'd say like really at most I've gotten rid of majority of my purple modules, but I kept a lot of my epics. They're still really good. My outstanding, so I have a good amount of epics outstanding, and starting to now just get mythics. I'm not on my account with my Valerian. Hold on, because this is my free to play account. I have Valerian on this account. She's just not built. So I'll tell you what I'm running. I'm running a, I think it's all Wellspring. You said, who's the stripper you recommend? Oh, brother. Who's a good SR stripper? For what? For Doki? Or wait, what are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing, Darius? Because I mean, you got a lot of different buff strippers. You got Viper, you got you said Doki? I mean, there's Mizuki now that is able to strip. You got Oval that can convert buffs into dot. You got options. It just really all depends on what you have. Yeah, so yeah, Mizuki, Oval. Trying to think who else you can use that does a dispel. Viper technically could still work in that as well. Viper's not bad either. And he's probably a little bit more consistent because you're going to be getting hit for sure. So yeah, the new guy is going to have a strip. I just wouldn't use him in Doki though, because he's reason. He's a reason attribute, so he's gonna get hit hard. I mean, he might be okay depending on if you have enough sustain, but yeah, he's He might be all right. You know, he might be it. He might be all right. His strip is it's AoE too, I think. We said Rahu can do Doki Doki as well. He said new banner is bait in my opinion. I think honestly it's a PvP more than anything. I like personally, I feel like that banner is more PvP than anything. It's just kind of like with every character, they can do things in PvE, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're that's something that you necessarily have to have for it. But he honestly looks like he can do some stuff. You said what server are you on? Global. So we don't get the banners until reset. You said Hoyan doesn't have defense break anymore even. She doesn't have, oh yeah, you're talking about defense ignore? Yeah, she doesn't have the defense ignore anymore, so that's kind of a thing. That's kind of a thing. Yeah, I mean, I think it all really depends on what you're doing. I feel like it's bait if you already got stuff to clear stuff, but I feel like if you also have like if you don't, he could definitely be used in PvE. I think the bait part is more so you not being able to build them right away. Like if you just pulling them just to pull them, but you ain't gonna actually be able to build them right away. Like that's kind of a thing. So I think they should have nerfed her on another point than that. She was only one of 2 defense ignores in the game, and it was kind of the fun part about her. Yeah, that's what I was like. That's what I was wondering what they were gonna do, like, because they said they were gonna balance her, but I was like, you know, her damage, she was able to hit pretty hard, but it was like a whole setup though. Like it wasn't like she just did it. Like you literally had to do certain things and run specific units to really get it to happen. So you had to be running a Biotin. It had to be like you had to have a what's her name on the team. It was Biotin, Hoyan, Dinah, and I think it was maybe Veronica or Valerian. I think it might have been Veronica, because you had to basically like force proc her dying and using the making sure she had the buff from Biotin. So I mean it was a lot that kind of went into it, but like her being able to ramp and then the defense ignore on a momentum build, yeah, she was doing more than damn near detain, or actually more than detain, which was the crazier part. So it's like I get it, but I also personally felt like that's what made her kit work. Like that's what she was there for. Like she was there to rip people apart. Like it was only one character, but like the other thing with her too that was kind of scary, even in PvP, was like, yo, if she kills, it was like, yo, she ramping. She's now, oh, she killed 2, 80% more attack. That's crazy. It's over. Like, you know, like she really could go, like, could pop off. But, wait, you said, wait, what was it that you needed? You said pull up Viper and tell us, we need skill ups. Viper? I think he might need some, and I don't really actually think he does. Hold on. If anything, it's his passive. Yeah, if anything, is going to be his passive. His passive increases the damage reduction and the counterattack chance. The skill 3 is number of buffs dispelled increase, and then it gives you a higher chance of being able to inflict the attack and speed down. But I would say the counterattack chance would be more important, because it would allow him to be able to spam his abilities more, because that's the whole premise of him. It's like you hit him or you hit his allies, he's gonna basically he's gonna retaliate, and then he's gonna be building up his stack, and then he just S3s anyway. So yo, Lord of Nasi, appreciate you for the sub, fam. Appreciate that. You said they did that because of the module. She had 60% ignore defense. She would be at LD level, and I'm guessing they didn't want that. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. Yo, Enro, what's up? What's up, fam? How you doing, fam? How you doing, homie? How's everything going? So they aren't worth pulling for PvE. They could be used, but I think really what it really is boiling down to is, can you build them? Like that's what I look at as a free to play. If you ask yourself, because I'm not really the one to tell people like, hey, you should pull that or shouldn't pull that. I think there's a lot of things that work really, really well in this game, and it just all depends on what you have. But I think at this point, it's just a matter of if you pull those characters, is that something you want to build, right? Oh, did I read that as an I instead of an L? My bad, fam. Yo, you said that's an L. Yeah, that's my fault. Yeah, my fault. He said, yeah, so that's my thing. Like, is it something that's viable for what you're trying to do? Because if it doesn't make sense to, like I said, like for my account, it makes zero sense for me to pull another red character when I haven't even gotten the other SSRs that I want to build built. So it's like, it doesn't make sense for me to do that. Does Obel Dispel work in Aurora? No, it doesn't, because his Dispel converts to dot. So it's not just a Dispel, it's a buff conversion, so it converts it to dot. So if you can't do anything with dot, then there's that, right? Like you won't be able to actually convert anything. You still saving your stamina pills? Yeah, on this account I got 19. Yeah, I got 19 on this account. You said Shadow Hoyan. Oh yeah, I got you. Hold on, I'll swap over there real quick, and then I'm gonna get off so I can go to the gym. He said, should I use Gigabyte over Black Flag? I mean, if you have, depends. It really honestly depends on like the rotation, because Gigabyte is good depending on the unit, but Black Flag also is going to be good too, depending on if you're trying, like, it depends on if you're like trying to get hits in. Gigabyte's great for cutting though, but that's also gauging like how many like turns that you expect the enemy to also be taking. Because the thing about like Black Flag's more of a direct speed buff. Then Gigabyte is based off of the enemies actually going. So if they're not going a lot, then Gigabyte doesn't cut as much because it's not activating. Whereas Black Flag gives you a speed up buff, which is just naturally making you move faster. So that on top of the damage hit, like it can alter setup. Like if say like you're trying to do something with the ting, some people will run Black Flag because Black Flag will allow you to hit the enemy in the middle to actually make him the lower HP target so that the ting can mark properly, for example. So like it all depends on what your setup is and what makes the most sense. Because Gigabyte is nasty for cuts, but only if it makes sense to the strat that you're using for at least PvE. You said Gigabyte was saving my ass on Terra. Yeah, it definitely helps a lot. It definitely does. But it like again, it depends on the character, because like the character I give my Gigabyte to is like it's usually like my my Freya, my my Heinrich might have one, depending on the setup. It all depends on who it is. But anytime I have anyone paired up with my Freya, I usually give them Gigabyte so that they can rotate faster. And if they're like say like Heinrich, where he's like debuffing every move he does, that's just helping you push back the enemies more and more. And then if you got buffers and stuff like that, like if you can get more turns in, you just take more advantage of her her unique skill. So, all right, let's see. Boom. Return. All right, we're gonna go back. So Gigabyte for my dot is amazing. Oh yeah, I could already see that being good, because the more chance you have to be to be able to land dot is like, there's tons of value in that, because you're able to hit max stacks quicker. He said, why are people complaining about Shieda? Because she no longer can steal the buff from what's his name, the middle boss or middle enemy in what's it called, Doki Doki. He said, so people are saying hit it because at the end of this week we get a SSR ticket. Can't bug abuse anymore, bro. When they explained it, I was like, oh, it made mad sense. I was like, wait a minute, I don't like that buff is busted. Like if, man, I wish I'd been stealing that buff all day. Let me see. Gotta log back in. I don't remember my I don't remember my password. I think that's the password. Let's see. What? Oh, okay, there we go. It wasn't letting me log in my account for a second. All right. He said, "Man, is that it? People are making it seem like Shira's dead. She's still good." Yeah, bruh. I mean, but that's why I said it's like, yeah, the real problem I would say is the communication part more than anything. I think the thing that's happening though is that like they're going like the extreme of like the unit is just terrible at all aspects of the game. I'm like, damn. So it's going to that degree now. But that's what happens. To be honest. All right, let me see. I got to see if we can do this properly because I just hadn't tried it yet today. So we're doing Nightmare. Was it Hell that you wanted to see? Because I have to tweak. I probably got to tweak my gear. We'll see where we're at right now. You said I recently found out Biotin and she sounds insane. Yeah, Biotin is actually very good. Because I think the community is becoming the problem more than the communication. They're searching for things to be mad about at this point. Yeah, I mean... Ah, man, like that's but it's also not, how can I say this? It is a trend from game to game, and it just is a fact. You gotta look at the ringleaders of every time. It's always the same people that are further inciting the riot every time. So it's like I said, I feel like I would only be doing the community a disservice by making certain types of videos because it doesn't help anything. It only makes it worse. It only makes it worse. And so that's why, like, I don't feel like it's an issue to say, like, the guys on top need to be more responsible because that's all it never happens any different. They call it, oh, I'm holding the company accountable. I call it the EOS starter kit. Like, that's what I call it. It's the EOS starter kit because it never does that. It never does it. Because if you go on a tangent for 5, 6, 7, now 10, 20 videos, and all you're doing is doom posting and complaining, what do you think is gonna happen? How do you think the community where you're getting 20, 40,000 views a video, what do you think that's going to set? Is it going to set a bad impression that, well, this is just a bad game and the devs just don't give a damn? And then it's like it's like when that's not the case, it's like, you know, guys like me can't argue against that because now people already feel that way. And it's like, you can't go to the worst places on the internet and then be like, well, this is how the community feels. Twitter does not make up most of the community. Reddit does not make up most of the community. And then you're going to the places where, on average, that is where the most toxic people are. Deathmark, appreciate you for the sub, fam. All the angry people are on Twitter and Reddit. Like, so, of course you're gonna find angry people doom posting and saying certain things there. Like, if I would have looked for anyone mad, I'm going to Twitter and Reddit. like it's game to game. It's like that every game. So I think it's just that, man. It's really just that. I'm just trying to use my platform responsibly. That's it. Like, it's really what it is. You said whoever said we're getting a 2x event, and then some people get angry it didn't happen. Like, bruh, it's just 1 week and then 2x event doesn't make sense at least. Well, it's not even that it just doesn't make sense. No one officially ever said we were getting a 2x event. They assumed we were getting one, and they started telling players, oh, we're getting a 2x event. And not leaving in the, or at least like stamping it like, hey, guys, like, hey, it might not happen because this is the beta, right? And then people took that as, well, we're supposed to get a 2x event. The devs are holding out on us. We're supposed to get a 2x event. But they never said they were giving us a 2x event. So I'm like, I don't know. Like, you know, it's like, so like, why would I make a video about that if the devs never said it? Like, I don't know. That like they've never said it. So that's one of those things that's like me going to a store and being like, where's my buy one, get one free? Or where's my freebie? But they never said they were giving out anything for free. Like, I'm like, I don't know, like, like what am I supposed to, what are they supposed to do with that, you know? He said they probably saw how fast people were progressing and felt like we're doing just fine. But that's the thing, they like I said, the only reason why I felt like they even ran it in the beta was because we had an invitational coming up. So they wanted players to be able to qualify and to be able to compete at the highest potential for the invitational. So it allowed players to be able to get resources quicker because the beta wasn't lasting as long. Like, okay, and think about it this way, chat. Every single beta at most has lasted 2 weeks. What information do you really know at that point? That is why it's hard. That is why, like I said, for like me and Sion, we tested in between betas. It wasn't like, so it's not like I'm just a beta tester. I was actually testing the game when the game wasn't even up. Like before other creators started hopping on the bandwagon saying, hey, I think this game looks cool. Like, I want to play it now. And that was 3-4 years almost of doing that. So that's the only reason why we have more knowledge is because we were just on the game on different builds longer. That's all it really was. It's not, we're not better than anybody. We just were on different servers when nobody was showing interest. So now that there's this interest, there's a lot of information being based off of the last build, but not based off of all the builds that have ever existed. So that's why, like, even with the Aurora thing, I could tell people what the builds looked like before. Like, you said, true, I remember the times when I cleared Inferno with Gray and Leon. That's what I'm saying. It was a completely different game. They weren't even calling Inferno. They're calling it Cataclysm. You had to beat her to know that. like that was just one of those things. So even then, most new players don't even realize Shadow Flame Hoyan and Rengoku didn't exist. They actually added more content to shells. And they even changed the rarity of certain shells. That's why some shells are still so good, because some shells were actually considered mythics at one point. And that's why I would first thing you hear me get on video and say, hey guys, shells are mad important, because they're literally shells. Black Flag, some of them were considered mythics at one point or another. And then they started to spread out the rarities on them. And yeah, Codex was a Starday drop. You said Starday is going in their place. Was a Codex drop before? Yep. So you could get Codex and Magic way sooner. It would basically be farming Shadow Flame Hoyan, essentially. You would basically be able to get Codex and Magic off rip, and now you're zeroing out your skill 3. Like, it was nuts. It was absolutely insane. All right, so let's see, guys. I need to see if I have gear on my team first. I don't know if I want to go the CC route here, or if I want to just try to nuke. All right, let's see. We'll try to nuke here. All right, so we're gonna go Hein. Damn. I'm gonna lose the stamina. Yo, Somatic, why you do me like that? I literally was like, damn, I'm about to lose the stamina, because I'm like literally like, yo, I don't even have my team built up. Yo, what's up, Zay? He said, fellow black man, said we love to talk. We could only talk or do something, never get both things. Bro, because I got to think about my gear, too, at the same time. I can't talk about a topic and then be gearing a character up at the same time. And my brain doesn't... You know it's actually impossible to, like, 100% do anything, like, or, like, be able to do two things at 100%. You're always at, like... It's never, like, 100% and 100%. It's always split. He said, brother, you haven't dedicated gear. No, bro, so I just haven't sat and done it. I can do it. I just haven't done it. I haven't done it yet, but I do have it. I just haven't done it. Like, bro, my presets are in shambles right now. Like, bro, it's not even a joke. Like, my presets are really in shambles right now. Like, I gotta redo my presets, bro. He said, bro, you're not losing any stamina if it's not starting out all. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. You're right. You're right. He said, yeah, my presets are in shambles, bro. Like, straight up shambles. Because I was just moving stuff and doing stuff. I let something farm. Now I'm like, all right, I want to go farm this. Like, man, he said, I got like 20 minutes. He said, tell that to my wife. He said the Remoka preset. Oh, brother. Yeah, look at that. like, yo, my presets are all over the place right now. I got to fix them. All right, so I know he's good. Who's it that I was going to bring? I guess we can try Mio. We can try Mio. Whose gear are we giving, though? We'll give that. We'll go with a gigabyte for good measure. Because we're not using that one, so we use that one. And let's see, Valerian. Do we want to bring Valerian? Nah, I don't think we need her. We could go Freya and Mio. That could work. Damn, that's gonna mess up my weird targeting thing I was doing. Let's see. I'll do that. I think the rest of her gear is cool. Oh, nope, she has no gear. We're gonna take this one. And yeah, this is what I mean. Like, I got to redo all my presets, bro. It is like in shambles. But this is the stuff you gotta like sit and do. Okay. Shell. Okay. So now I'll be doing the same, but I made sure the presets were crisp. Man, yeah, no, but honestly, I started changing out some of my gear, so that's another reason why my presets are all kind of scuffed right now. Yeah, I started changing gear. He said, what is a good shell for Valerian earlier to mid-game? I used Diamond Heart on her for quite a bit, actually. Diamond Heart is really good. I'd say starting out, you could always just go... I'm trying to think what the heck that shell's name is. I say like super early game. When I didn't have her skilled up, I used Unbridled Science on her. Once she got skill 3, by then though, I was already swapping her over to Diamond Heart because I was running her slower. Yeah, so it just depends on like it depends on skill up investment too, on whether or not you run her faster or slower. Because you kind of need to run her a little bit faster if she doesn't have the skill 3, so you can actually get the bubble, so it can death prevent. But if you have her skill 3 invested, you don't run her fast at all. Because every time your ally takes a turn, they get shield, basically. So you don't have to run her fast. All right, so let's do this. All right, I'm gonna see if I can go Heinrich. Yeah, I don't know if I can do this difficulty just yet. We'll see. We need you to, oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to CC, because they're gonna rip me apart. This is why we like Freya. Yeah, I definitely notice I don't have that defense break. Okay, we froze one. Those have to get frozen, bro. Otherwise, she about to wild out. Somebody dead. Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna finish that. Yeah, those have to get frozen. Otherwise, they're gonna trip out. He said, I'ma just I'ma just baby shark? That's mad random. Oh, the doo-doo-doo part. Oh, okay, never mind. I get it. Yeah, that's funny. Alright, I might need my defense break back. I could use Kloss. Oh my god. I'm about to put the beats on you. Can we CC that? Oh my god! That was so random. Yo, that was that was 10% chance. I'm dead. Oh, here we go. Somebody dead. All right. That was so random. Oh, you locked me, you bastard. Oh, you know what though? I'm not cutting enough, or they're not going enough for me to use Gigabyte like I want to. All right, we're like right there, brother. We're gonna die at the end, aren't we? Okay, we got a cut there. Nuke me. You silence me. I still mark you. Oh, brother. If I would have had that one, if I would have had that one freaking, if I would have my skill 3. Oh man, what was my turn cooldown too? Oh brother. No, what I'm using Heinrich for is actually the amp. That's it. So I think I might go Dinah in his slot, because I think she could just use his gear at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna just go Dinah in his slot and see how that goes, and we should win. Let's see. Heinrich. And then there's that random piece I put on, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna fix this tonight, y'all, because this is in shambles. All right, please. Go back. You say you leveled Dinah's skills? Her skill 3, I think. Yeah, skill 3. Skill 3, fam. Skill 3. Yeah, I haven't really worried about anybody else as of late. Yeah, Dot is like insane. Yeah, it's anything that has a lot of HP is just dead, really. If it works there. Alright, let's do this. Like you ain't have to touch me. Oh, my Dinah's too. Oh my god, I gotta adjust my speeds. Yeah, Dinah's too slow. Hold on. See, this is what I mean, man. This is what I be saying. Maybe like little stuff like that. Oh, too slow. Let me go readjust. Let me see. You're getting a 30. I'm gonna give you a. Let me think here. Let's go Artisan. She actually might be that. Oh, you know what? Black Flag might be helping though with the targeting. So I gotta consider that. Yo, take it easy, Cat. Yeah, I gotta see what the targeting is looking like here, because we might not target the damn body. Wait, am I still? I should have looked at the speed. That was my bad. I should have just looked at their speed. Brother, man, what are you, 72? Is it really like that slow? Huh? Oh, is it one? Are you like one speed faster? Or one speed slower? Okay, it's like literally one speed slower. Okay, that's so dumb. All right, let me see. We'll do this. Bruh, it's literally one speed. That's so dumb. All right, there we go. So if you had Claws built, it'd be crazy, or even Lily reset for that skill 3 for the Ting. I do have Lily, or not Lily. I have Lily and Claws. That's the thing. But I appreciate the sub. Appreciate that, fam. Yeah, I actually do have Claws, so I could use her technically speaking. I'm just trying to see if I can do it with Dinah. Yo, appreciate the gifted sub, Somatic. Appreciate that, fam. Damn, we got one freeze. Yeah, appreciate that. Okay, yeah, we liking that artisan. These cuts is looking nice. Oh my god, somebody, please give the Ting a turn. Oh, we're so cooked. Okay. Yeah, we might go Class Gaming. Yeah, damage does look better. Okay. Yeah, really, for what it's worth, I might just go more bulk here, so I don't die. And then that's GG. Because the artisan's coming through for sure. Yeah, we're just gonna go more bulk. Oh, you know what? I could use her. That is true. Yeah, we could go Val Gaming. I think I took all my gear off of her though. Hold on. Yeah, we just took Artisan off of her, so that's always fun. I don't think you need Claws. She makes it easier. You said, am I gonna summon for the new units? Yeah, I definitely am. I 1000% am. Let's see, prowess here, and artisan. I need to max out my diamond heart just to have it max at this point. You said I wish I had a Class. Class does make stuff kind of brain dead though. She's really good for what she does. So what happened to the bosses? Even Doki Doki 4 is so hard after the maintenance. I felt like them joints are always hard, but I don't know, like what is it like were you clearing it and now you just can't or something? It said, would you recommend pulling Freya if free to play before the banner goes away? I think Freya just is universally a really good unit to have on your account across the board. Like the more I scale content too, I'm really liking her just because you kind of get the perk of her being able to move your team, and then with her on like stuff like Gigabyte, like bro, that is just nuts. Like because then she can like, and you can actually get her to do stuff more often herself, where she doubles her effects when she's the one that's doing it. So that pushback is huge. And so when you have like the pairing like her, Klaus, like bruh, like stuff it does like help a lot. Like it really does, because you got the pushback coming from, and that's why I get some of the nerfings that, or even the adjustments that I've seen them do with those characters, because she kind of funnels into her own kit. So like it's like if you had a ton of pushback on Klaus, but then also we're using Freya at the same time, because you're also debuffing, you're getting pushback. So that's the thing. Yeah, Freya does get used in attribute disadvantage fights because her ability is just her being on the field. Like she's nuts. Like I just don't see why you would skip it, to be honest. And then the thing is that, like I was saying before, she just offers way too much utility without having to skill her up. I would argue she's one of the very few units that you don't have to go crazy trying to skill her up right away. Like you can just get her, you level her up some, and she just does stuff. Like that's just kind of what it is. So you don't have to go crazy with her. It's the other characters. it's the other characters that you have to kind of think about too. She's just good at base. She really is. That's why, and that's why I was saying that as a free to play, that's what your summon decisions need to be based around. What is gonna give me out of the box value? Like even when we look at like her skill ups, right? Like her skill ups are mainly like damage, chance to inflict nightmare, the 30%. Do we care? No, you're not going crazy for that. Increase the damage boost and healing effect of nightmare to 15%. That'd be nice. But do I need that? No. Like if I get it, it'll be nice. But you know, it's already at 12%. So it's giving me a 3%. The 3% is gonna be nice when you get it, but it's already at 12%. So there's no need, like I don't gotta go crazy for that. So it's already a high value skill without even skilling it up. Skill 2, 50% chance of applying the Dreamweave. That's just gonna make it better for the Purify. So it goes 65, 80%, and then you get the cooldown reduction. That's just gonna, that ability is gonna be nuts for removal of debuffs as they're incoming. So that's gonna be better, I would say, in like more high intensity debuff situations where you're having debuffs come against you. Her investment is gonna be really good for that too. Yeah, she does need effect accuracy. Then skill 1, it's a chance of applying Dreamweave and inflicting Nightmare to 60% and 30% respectively. Damage modifier, and then adjust the turn meter effects provided by Dream Guide to 4%. So, I mean, it's like all of her stuff is nice, but it's not like oh man, she doesn't work if I don't have that level. Like, it's that, right? I use Gigabyte on her. That's what I'm using right now. But like working my way up, I used Black Flag on her. I used what's his name, Shanghai Jing, before I transitioned into Gigabyte, because Shanghai Jing is just literally baby Gigabyte. Unbridled Science, if you want to go in the early game, that Unbridled Science is good. Is Ramoka needed for Hell 2 Plus Doki Doki? No. In all honesty, people that are actually farming Hell 4 right now more consistently are using they're using like Rahu Ling Laos and Liliths and other crap. Like they're just going slower. So she's not needed for Hell 2 Plus. She's just can make it faster. But people are clearing Hell 4 right now with slow teams. They're using the Valerians, they have their Ling Laos, they got they're still using Kazuyo to help remove the damage reduction consistently. Tiamat can still do it at that point, and she's like, again, the only thing you really need for Tia is just sustain. That's all she needs. If you give her something to help her sustain herself, then she does the same thing. Like she's like basically. So you could run Wellspring Speed to give her some bulk. So I have her on Black Flag still. Yeah, I could do that too. I mean, what do I have her on right now? I have her on yeah, I just got her on speed right now, but yeah, I could give her some bulk, but I don't usually run into too many issues with her dying, but maybe probably for like Doki if I try to run her in there. He said some of the top players are building Damage Freya, and she one-shots a lot of teams in PvP. They use her in Inferno content. But yeah, I can see that. I mean, but you got to remember too, like a lot of them also have gear that a lot of players aren't really necessarily farming right now. So like you could kind of get a character to do whatever, really. Just like I was saying before, like the guy that was that kind of trolled with the Turandot and Kachi on his Hell 4 clear. But at that point, he already had. But when you look at the Ting was on Momentum, and what was it called? Momentum and something else. I think it was like Momentum and Fury or something. It was something else he was mixed with. But that and the Biotin, basically, they were like super tuned. So I was like, yeah, you can kind of make those troll teams like that. He said, it was like Fury or Harvest. I couldn't remember what it was. He said, please show your loan. What is that? What is that? Oh, Leon? What's my Leon right now? have her tuned right now. She don't got her pet on right now, so she don't got no attack. She don't got no attack. My Biotin build is non-existent. Biotin uses let me check my presets. Biotin uses I had her sharing gear with somebody and I can't remember. I'm almost certain this is my Mio gear. Yeah, I just have her on speed, really. Like most cases, I just need her to rotate. So I usually just use my Mio gear. That's kind of, it really is between that and my Dyna gear. I gotta redo my presets, bro. You said, did you get Holden yet? No, he's not live in the game. He's not live on our server yet. But yeah, I've just built her speed and then like HP on the percentages. He said, brother, you gotta. You said this man's preset is a disgrace, bro. You know what it is? Like, honestly, it's like trying to play two accounts. My brain just can't, bro. Like, I'm like on one account, I'm doing one thing. On this account, I'm doing a whole different thing, and then that's not even including all the other things that I do. So, he said it's like seeing people with messy inventories. But you ever hear the saying that someone's clutter can be organized to them? So like for me, it's not really as messy, but it's like I also remember like where I put certain things. So you ever try to like go clean someone's room or clean a space that somebody has like things in certain places, and you're like, it's dirty, but for them, they're like, I remember where that thing was, and they know you touched it, and you're like, how? There's all this crap in here. Like, how do you know what was touched? But it just is what it is, you know. It said my gear, my presets is just custom gear 1 through 9. I'm gonna redo mine though according to the dungeon, because I do change them depending on like my my setups, at least at this point. You said, what's my stats on the right for Leon? It's a crit rate, crit damage, attack. Photographic memory becoming in clutch. Bro, I remember everything when it comes to like, because I don't also have a lot of things to keep in a space, so whenever I put something in a space, I remember it. Like, that's just kind of how I am. All right, so let's see. We're at the douche. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, when I'm in my space, like I know where everything is, and I know when somebody touches it. Let's see. Are we using Freya? What gear are we giving you? What gear are we giving yous? Or were we not using yous? No, we weren't using yous class. We were going to use Valerian. That's who we were using. He said, will Holden be built with crit rate, crit damage, defense, percent? I have to test them. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I haven't played them. I'd be lying to you if I just gave you a build off the top of my head. I'm not one of those guys, you know? I haven't played them yet. So I need to test them numbers, see what makes more sense with them. I would assume it would be maybe closer like to what Rahu's built like, but it really all depends. It really all depends, to be honest, on what makes more sense. So the team using crit rate, attack, crit damage, or crit rate, crit damage, crit damage. No. No, it would only ever be crit rate, attack, or crit rate, attack, crit rate, or crit rate, attack, crit damage. Now you don't have to go crit damage. You still want to take advantage of his conversion. And it depends on your piece as well. Like, because if you're at lower pieces, that percentage isn't going to be making it's not going to be making a lot of that or making enough sense. All right, so let's see. All right. You say you still want 100% crit in case enemies are not marked. Yeah, that's why I always still go crit. Because that's the thing, yeah, like if the HP is slightly off, then yeah, you mark the other target, and so you don't get the guaranteed. So it really all depends. You said crit damage makes no difference for his damage because his passive is as long as you at least have 40, which comes in most auto. You said 40% crit rate gets converted to 60% crit damage. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's like either one could work, really. I just always like to have it just in case. But that's if he's marking hitting the mark target though. Does my Dyna not have shells? Did I forget? And sometimes that's the inconsistencies that players are gonna run into, is that you might not be hitting the mark target, which at that point you gotta tune your team, but yeah, that's kind of a whole thing. Bruh. What shell was I running on you, lady? I guess we can go, Dyna, no, we got you on Artisan. We could throw her, we need her on, yeah, we'll just throw her on Black Flag, why not? Appreciate you though, Z, because I definitely forgot. He said, his module swapping for this Hoyan run is so funny. Bro, yo, every time I go in there, it's just like, yo, it doesn't matter how good you are. Like, if you if you can't remember to swap your gear, you're cooked, right? Oh my god, my Dynas, bruh. I swapped something again and made her too freaking fast, or too slow. Oh my god, bruh. I'm like literally making her way too slow now. What did I change again? I like, bro, I shifted something again. Hold on. There's no way. Let me see. Where you at, Dyna? Where you at? Where you at, girl? I'm like overlooking her now. All right. So we're at 75. I did it again, didn't I? No, shit. Oh, I get it. Okay, I know what I did down. Okay, yeah, we'll just use this because I'm pretty sure that's the base speed. No, it's not. What the heck? Is it because of the... Where did I swap? Was it the shadow? Wait. I think it was the artisan. Hold on. Okay, there we go. We're gonna give... Yeah, at this point, you're taking Black Flag and you're gonna like it. All right, there you go. You say, no way I'm going through all this. Everyone gets their own gear. Bro, I just haven't had the time to sit and do it. I haven't had the time to do it. I literally been doing everything else but that. And then like, I just recently like shifted a lot of my gear. So all my presets are cooked right now. So yeah, that's always fun. He says, RNG, she signs your Lily, it's over. Yeah, it's a tougher fight, but I mean, if you got the stuff, like eventually your gear will make it easier so you can do it consistently. But the thing is, like, even with these dungeons, the goal is never really to go straight into hell. If you have to farm Nightmare first, then that's what you do. Boop, bubble. Yeah, this is looking real at home right now. Oh my god, how dare you with a nuke. Give me that artisan. Yo, artisan is so busted. Like, yeah, right, you heading through all that shield. Damn. Bro, she just hits so much. Yeah, CC freeze. I might go Mio here instead of Freya. You say Argentines ult at the same time? Man, I wish my Argentine killed. Like, he's dead. Oh, is he dead here? Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. All right, so that's pretty safe. That was pretty safe. I think what we're gonna do though, I really honestly think the Mio is just gonna be safer, because that's gonna give me the CC freeze on the side. But then Freya should be good too. Yeah, I do have Klaus. Yeah, dude, like Klaus will ooga booga this. Look, point in case, right? I'm not using Lily. I don't have her built up. So that would just be me placing the unit there to die. All right, let's see. So where's her gear? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I don't have Lily built up, unfortunately, brother. I gotta figure that one out. This is my Marvel gear. You can just use Meals. Why not? And I'll give you the pet. Call it a day. And then we'll do, let me see, what pet was what? Artisan, right? Thank you. Okay, let me check my speeds before I leave. Okay, yeah, 93. Yeah, you should 100% be faster, right? Surely you're faster. Is that, do I have Doki? I do have Doki, actually. I'm missing 2 LDs right now on my account. Oh, forgot to take Dinah out. All right, there we go. It said Kazuya Detain Klaus Fran. I'm going for the sleep the ads. Ah, I see what you're going for there. Yeah. We should be okay with the Valerian as long as we have Klaus. Look at that extra bulk. Damn, that's crazy. I'm just hitting an obscene amount though. Okay, hacking in progress evolved. I actually should give what's her name, a whatchamacallit, a gigabyte. Yeah, I do prefer the freeze, just because, yeah, if you hit with an AoE, then they just all wake up and it's like, what did I just do that for? Okay, not bad, not bad. Oh, gave me invincibility. We eat that. We eat that. We eat that. We eat that. We eat, well. Oh, yo, this kind of low-key safe. Like, what the hell? Yo, it'd be like that, though. Yeah, it's, you know what it really is? It's the consistent evolution that Klaus gives on her damage stack, and then she also reduces the damage you're taking, too. That's why Klaus is so nuts, because Dinah doesn't do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is dead. Yeah, that's what she offers. It's the damage reduction. That's the biggest thing, is damage reduction. Because other than that, it wouldn't do anything. It's a swap Freya with Doki, faster, consistent runs. Let me try it with Doki. Yeah, let's try it with Doki. We can see. We can test it out. Let me see. They're both 5-star, I think. Is my Doki? Yo, where's my Doki at? Oh, she 4-star. I don't know if that's gonna cut it. We'll see though. We shall see. We shall see. He said, Rev Gil, so all you need is a little bulk and speed. That should be, might have to put some more HP on her, but. All right, let's see. We're just gonna go in there. All right, get me off this page. Now we gotta do recycle 10 mythics and do Rengoku hell. Oh my god. You said my current team is Leon, Dinah, Freya, Kraken, so I'm struggling holding on, murking me. Honestly, the thing that makes that better, like, or I would say at least, is like definitely the shell investment, because hell is like a whole different thing in terms of rotation. But yeah, Kraken, if you can get him to CC more too, it just makes it way easier to deal with the body, because the 2 ads on the side, their whole like premise of living is to basically hit you because you touched her. Like, that's mad annoying. So how fast is down this boss? I don't have Sinea, but you say, is there no dot team for me, sadly? You can still use units like Obel, but Obel's gonna need some skill investment. Obel's gonna need some skill investment. So I have her after Klaus. Oh damn, no, she's actually faster with my whatchamacallit, my Freya gear. Yeah, she's faster. Yeah, I'm gonna have to slow her down. Yeah, that's right. I forgot she needs to go after somebody goes. so that she doesn't like, you know, just whiff her, you know, skill 3. Oh, you know what, too? She's gonna cool me down faster as well. Artisan. All right, not bad. Already having that back is crazy. Damn. Oh, that's GG. Yo, it was right before she bubbled too. Yeah, I'll have to slow her. That's so funny. They said, yeah, no, you're doing way too much, buddy. Yo, it's funny because it's like it's just rotation, man. He definitely said, get that weak Doki out of here. Bro, she's 4-star though. She was kind of doing her thing though for her to be at 4-star. That's out the box though, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. Let me see here. So I think class had my, and actually that's another thing. I don't think I can actually speed my Doki up because, or, well, hold on. I don't think I can because she's at 4-star. So I think she's naturally going to get outsped unless I drop gear a lot. Let me figure that out because that's a whole thing. Yeah, because she's 110, so I gotta... Damn, how much speed do I need to drop there? That's like 20-something speed, I think. Because class is, what's that? I can't do math right now. So that's 196 plus 20 is like 1something, 110. Okay, so 2-something. All right, cool. All right, so I need to actually... Actually, wait, was she faster than class? No, she was faster. Wait a minute. Did I just do my math wrong? She was actually faster. 93. Yeah, so 20. So then... Yeah, so class needs to actually be sped up. Yeah, I think class needs to be sped up. Yeah, Doki is 221 right now. Yeah, so damn. Let me see. If we take a piece off, what does that do to you? Drops to the 95, so we're still at 105. Is that, or 2, not 105, 2, okay. So that's like 1, I think that should be fine. Yeah, it's 205, right? Yeah. No, bro, I just can't think. That's just really what it is. You said Freya is increasing your damage on the Ting by changing the buff order of the Valerian bubble. Does Doki... Wait. You said Freya is increasing your damage on the Ting by changing the buff order of the Valerian bubble. Does Doki overcome that? Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused on the question. Wait, you said Freya is increasing your damage on the Ting by changing the buff order. Wait, how? What do you mean she's changing the buff order? Because all she's doing is she's pushing everybody according to where they're at. I don't get what you're trying to ask, fam. Cause she doesn't like move the characters indifferent. Like they all kind of move like ladder, like or where they're at. So they don't technically like. There's not one character that'll just like ramp and pass another one. So yeah, that's that. He said click in the predefined config so that sums that sums it. Is that in the settings? You see the speed value. Click the button, view, save bills. It'll add the stats on the right. Oh, okay, okay. It's that bottom left. Bottom left. Talking about this? Wait, bottom? Yeah, you talking about that? Is that the button you're talking about, Bell? Modules? I don't know what we're looking at. You said the vest with the cog? Wait, what button are we hitting? Wait, didn't I just hit that button? No? You said click on the modules? Oh, click on modules first. Oh, and then go vest with cog. Oh, okay, listen, no. See, you should just say go to presets. Yo, just say go to presets. I'm so confused. Yo. Yeah, I'm like, wait, what? He said vest with the cog. I'm like, I was like, vest with the cog. I'm like, wait, what is that? Yo, that's funny. I didn't even correlate that. You said someone said presets earlier, you didn't catch it. Oh, okay. I might have just missed it. That was my bad. Yo, no, you are good, Bell. Yo, you said, I think he means that Valerian buff will buff your units as they act, and having Freya fills the defense and attack buff slot so that you don't get crit and speed buffs. Oh, so that you get crit and speed buffs. Oh, okay. You're talking about, okay, so you're talking about the attack and crit. Okay, the attack and defense up is what she gives to your party. And so Doki gives, what does Doki give? Doki gives, let me see, where's she at? Doki's giving speed up buff. Right? Or no? No, that's just... Well, that's her own unique buff, though. Yeah, Doki gives her own unique buff. So... I don't think that really has anything to do with... Like, that doesn't really have anything to do with, like, how Valerian stacks. Because the thing with Valerian's basic buff effect, speed up is its own buff. Like, that's its own buff. So... Like, it's, I mean, again, it's kind of like the same thing that they kind of adjusted on what's her name, Class. Instead of letting her have her own unique speed down, they just gave her a general speed down because it applies separately. So you still get the speed up buff. So like, say you have the attack up and then you have the defense. She's either going to give you crit rate or speed. So I don't know if you were talking about the unique buff that Doki gives. That doesn't count as like a speed up buff, so she can still apply speed up to the party. That's why you have all those buffs. Like, hold on, let me see if I can run it, and we can see how many buffs I have on. All right, so let's run it real quick. Sad Emmanuel, Leon, Dinah, Kraken, Freya, Clear Nightmare for me. Yeah, that's what I was saying. CC on the side is like super nice. It's super nice. Yo, Bell, appreciate you for the gifted subs, fam. Appreciate that. Damn, dude. Yo, can we get a MVP for Bell real quick? That was crazy. Like, man's just it's like just out here just gifted out like subs. Like, he just handed it out like it was like lollipops at the bank. He said, no, what I meant is with Freya on the team, by the second team turn, he's gonna have a crit buff on, which is going to increase your damage by 45%. Oh, okay, got it. Okay. You said MVP with the cock. Yo, Gummy, you stupid. Yo, I'm dead. Acid Bird, appreciate you for the sub. Appreciate you for the sub, fam. Yo, listen, yo, I appreciate you guys. That's why, dude. That's why I'm doing the giveaways and stuff I'm doing, cause y'all just be showing way too much love, man. I don't even be feeling like I be deserving that crap. I appreciate y'all though, but yeah, Kels, my bad, fam. It just sounded like I was like, I don't know. I don't know what you mean. All right, let's see. Yeah, the Doki going second is definitely gonna make this make more sense. Yeah, push back up. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Boom. Yeah, we got the marking. Yeah, so this is what I was telling you guys before when people were asking like, is Doki bad or good? Doki, you have to actually be conscious of your rotation. You can't just like throw her in there and be like, ooga booga. Like she has to actually, like you have to speed tune her so that she does her job accordingly. Damn, Klaus, you just used that ability. Oh, she has 7 stacks. Somebody getting hit. Nice. That artisan. I think this team is like low-key safe right now. Yeah, Klaus and Doki is kind of crazy. Yeah, I need to bulk up my my Doki some. And then we'll be good. Cause she's at 4-star, so and even then that still might be GG. Yo, Artisan is popping off, bro. That is such a oh my god. That's damn. Yo, what in the hell? Yo, Doki and Klaus is kind of crazy. They don't have no reason having an interaction like that. Well, there you go. You can do it with a 4-star Doki. Level 1. Yo, level 1 Doki. She can do it. Straight out the box. You just summoned her. Just throw some gear on her. Bro, and her gear is not even like crazy end game either, which makes it even more funny. Yo, that's even more funny, bro. That is so funny. Yo, the LD, like, yo, it kind of be cooking, yo. But yeah, shout out to shout out to I Got Slings, man, for the recommendation in the setup. He said, Zox, stop, bruh. Listen, hey! I'm trolling right now. Somebody gonna go summon her and be like, but Zox said I can use her at 4 stars and everything. I'm like, bro, I never said that. Yo, I'm telling you. I think, bro, it always happens like that too. Yo, that's making my cheeks hurt, bro. That's funny. He said, for Doki, he said she'll do the turn meter with the lowest ally first. Yeah. Yep. He said, you should make a video on Doki level 1. Bruh, that'd be so troll. He said, I'm gonna clip it. Oh yeah, don't share it with the community right now. They're in a very volatile state. Yo, you said I'm excited for GVG? Yeah, man, I actually am. Yeah, we actually been doing like really well in my union. So yeah, I'm actually pretty excited for it. Bruh, that is so funny. I guess since we here, because I'm definitely gonna put on a revelation, because that's gonna be so freaking massive for my boy the Ting. I wasn't even trying to farm that today. I actually wanted to do more shell farming, but since we're here, might as well. Or not shell farm, module farming. You said we about to murk some people, so my Holden team is gonna hold down the fort, bro. I'm actually pretty excited because I got a strat in my head that I want to try out. You said, yo, do you clear Ember Track 36, bro? Y'all are mad far on Ember Track. I just haven't even done Ember Track. Like y'all are just on Ember Track like 59. I'm like, die. I'm like, I think what's getting me right now is trying to play 2 accounts. That's what's really sawing me a little bit. You said people just asking to flex on you. Yo, they're like, did you get past Ember Track 36? I'm like, bruh, I'm not there yet. Bro, I've been like, yo, man, that is funny. You said 30 is rough, so I need to revisit it again. Yeah, I gotta actually go in there now because I'm like way stronger than what I was before. I just like literally haven't attempted it. I gotta retry what's it called too? Ethernet Rally. Go in there and see what I can cook up on because I built up a good amount of units since then. You said, what did you put on your Doki? My Doki literally has on let's see, where's it at? Where's Doki? Damn, she's so low in rarity. I don't even see her. Let me just go ahead and star you. I got her on a gigabyte, which is maxed out. But her gear, speed, and then I got this piece from that when I first time cleared something, and it gave me I went and got a triple S effect accuracy roll. That was actually pretty lucky. You probably really ain't supposed to do that, but this is my spenders account. So, yeah, there's that. Wait, did I get this piece for free? I might have got this piece for free, low key, but I just put it in there for the speed. Or actually, no. This isn't my set for Doki though. This is my Mio gear. So I didn't optimize it. So don't come for me, brother. He said effect accuracy on Doki is crazy, bro. But you know what? That makes the point of level 1 Doki even more funny because I literally did this with 2 effect accuracy. Oh my god! Yo, she did it with 3 effect accuracy pieces on, bro. Yo, you said you said Doki need accuracy to land those buffs. Bro, I really hope we get one of those dudes that makes, because there's those dudes that make videos like that where like they say everything wrong, but it'll be like a beginner's guide on how to get good, but everything they say is wrong. Like, yeah, you totally need all that effect accuracy so that you land your buffs, you know? Like, bro, I'm dead. Yo, that's so funny though. Cause I like literally just took my Mio gear and put it on her. I didn't even think about it. That's probably why she was dying. She over there like, bruh, like, you ain't give me no HP. Like, you just got me over here with all effect accuracy. Like, yo, that's crazy. Oh my God, man, that's funny. Yo, what's good, Captain Fuzzy? Said been busy. Said I got sick when then I found out having a baby number 2. Finally, 12 years later, been a hell of a week. Yo, congrats on the baby news, bro. Hey, listen, adding one to the legacy. I see you. I see you, man. Yeah, congrats on that, man. That is a big deal. That's a big deal. Yeah, definitely hope you and the missus enjoy that process, man. Definitely hope you guys enjoy the process. He said, yeah, speed, defense, HP. Yeah, dude, I was trolling with this. Cause I'm just swapping gear, not looking. Like, that's how you get that. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, man. Yeah. Definitely say he worked hard for it. Man, listen. Hey, life is a beautiful thing. That's all I gotta say, right? He says, dear Zox, the gym said you dubbing her. Yeah, bro. See, chat always get me. I was supposed to go to the gym, and then chat was like, but we want you to stay. You know? Like, you guys are kind of low-key, like I won't say you're a bad temptation, but you're kind of like you kind of get me. You guys know exactly what to do. You're like, ooh, let me ask this question. That's gonna add on another 10 minutes. And then as soon as we get to like 2 questions, then we already had another hour. Like it's over. You said we peer pressure? Nah, for real. Yeah, you guys are like, yo, literally. Oh, bro, you said game goblins, man. Yeah, I gotta get in the gym. I actually I don't know if you guys are interested in that. I might start streaming like when I go to the gym, cause I be trying to go crazy in there. And maybe that might motivate somebody like that, like feels like, yo, I don't got no time. like maybe it might motivate some people to like go to the gym, and maybe hey, like it might be like, yo, you can do workouts in your room or in your office or something. You said, is Doki Doki an in-game unit, and is speed tuning really that necessary? Would you practice? Like TJ said, I got the perfect questions. Yo, you said I'm too lazy and it hurts too much being overweight. Bro, thing is, you got to start somewhere, man. You got to start somewhere. Half of the battle is number one, diet. I say like 80% of working out is really what you eat, man. Like what you eat affects your mood, affects how you think, affects everything. So that's why I would say like, bro, like if you can only do 5 push-ups, that's a start. If you can only do 10, that's a start. Like you got to start, right? Like people like think they have to go in the gym and they got to be Superman. I laugh at the guys that like think they're Superman in the gym for like 60, 75 hours. Like you don't need to do all that to actually like really honestly do what you need to do with your body, right? And unless you're making money off of it, it don't make sense. Like in reality, because the thing is too, one thing I've been like learning about is that your body needs more. You're trying to keep the elasticity on your body. So a lot of things that people go and do at the gyms don't promote that. So that's why doing more explosive workouts and certain things, whether it's like, I don't know, like doing some like a jump workout, something that's causing your body, whether you're swinging or something, like doing those types of motions are actually more explosive and they help you retain the elasticity in your body. That's what keeps you younger, because when you go and your body also can get really big and you can be really strong without actually having to do certain workouts, because certain workouts, all it does, and this is the one thing I learned, your body will basically mold itself based off of how you work out. So if you work out very stationary and it's a lot of stiff movements and all you're doing are these, you're just doing stuff like this with dumbbells, and your body will start to conform to that. That's why you see like a lot of dudes that are like, that's really big and they get really stiff, right? Because it's the types of workouts they're doing. They're not doing anything mixing in that. And there's nothing wrong with doing those types of workouts, but you don't only want to do those types of workouts. And the one thing I've learned is that the older you get, your body weight is more than enough to literally build every part of your body. Like you can literally get jacked just from your own body weight if you know the proper workouts and you have the proper form to do it. Because those dudes, and even developing real strength, dude, those dudes that master calisthenics, the first thing they go and they master is push-ups. And those dudes, and that's because it's their own body weight. They're trying to master their own body weight, basically. You said ask Saitama? Yeah, bro, yeah, what did Saitama do? What did he do? Because it was definitely a lot of push-ups. And there was some crunches in there too. You say calisthenics basics are still done well into advanced levels. Yeah, honestly, the crazy thing is that like everything is like that. I don't care how good you get at something. I'm a professional. I dance professionally. You always practice the basics. That's in everything. So it always, like whenever somebody says like, oh, I've mastered that, or I don't need to do that no more, bro, losing your foundation, you can lose everything. Like if you don't maintain it, you got to maintain it. So like that's the thing, man. Like you got to maintain it. So that's like, for me, it's like more than anything, if you guys can at least out of your day, if it's in your room, side of your bed, wherever it's at, if you can at least do like something active, get your heart pumping, something 30 minutes a day, like, bro, I'm telling you that consistency will make a huge difference. Like it literally will make a huge difference. Like 30 to 45 minutes, man, like really can make a big difference in your life if you do that regularly. And stretching. I would even say overworking out, stretching, and specifically stretching your hips. A lot of guys, I know there's a lot of guys that watch me. A lot of guys don't want to hear that. Stretch your hips. The first thing to go on a man usually as he ages is his goddamn hips. Like, yo, I like dudes don't want to hear that. They're like, yo, I'm just get jacked and do leg squats. It's like, all right, you gotta have some shaky hips. Like, bro, shit, even aiming for 5 minutes if you're at 0. Yeah, do something, bro. Like, yeah, do something. 5 minutes to then up at the 10 the next day. Then, you know, do something is better than nothing, man. Like, honestly. You said run in place while you auto battle. Soon, I'm actually like gonna get a standing table. So when I'm doing the streams, I'm not sitting down so much. Yeah, I'm really honestly like not too keen on the sitting down thing, because that's how you get like the pins and needles, like from the lack of circulation in your legs. So it's a common practice a lot of other places, but here in the US, man, like it's becoming more common now. But if you do a lot of like work in the office a lot, I would definitely think about like investing in like a treadmill or something, like a walking treadmill, like in a standing desk. So that, like, one, you're helping with your posture, but then two, you're not sitting down all the time. Cause that's how you get like blood clots and all types of crazy stuff. You said that's why I specifically bought a standing desk and a walking pad underneath. Bro, it's so necessary. Like, we don't, like, after you probably graduated college, you don't realize it, but you don't walk or move nearly as much as you used to. Because even, like, in college, like, you don't think about it, but it's like your body just doing certain things because you're just doing it, right? Like, think about, like, book bags. Like, you know how strong your damn back was just because you had a book bag on all the time? like you transition into classes, you walking up and down staircases. If you're, you know, on a college campus, you're walking all the way to your next course, right? Like, you were doing certain things that were just kind of like normal. But when you leave school and say you go into the like wherever you like whatever field of work you go into, and then you're sitting down, like, you go from walking and moving around to now I'm spending 10, 13 hours maybe in one spot and not going nowhere. I might get my 30-minute to an hour break depending on where I work, and then I'm right back in that same spot. So it's like, bro, that's why I'm like, I'll do those extensive hours, but then those next days, I make sure I stretch. I make sure I go and like do something, go run on the treadmill or something. You got to. You said those backpacks wreck backs around the world. Bro, over time for sure. It was like a good like 50 to 60 pounds on your back, brother. You said backpack used to be sagging back in the day. Kids be leaning forward, trying to hold them up. Yeah, bro. Yo, you know what's funny? I knew that my backpack was a problem when I had to go buy a hiking backpack. My backpack wasn't just like one of those like school backpacks that had the one zipper. I had like the 50 zippers with like the 3 different compartments. I could put a water bottle in there. I could like drag a charger cord through it and charge my phone. Like, bro, those backpacks, like, I had to get a heavy duty one because it was no way. And I kept that backpack for like 4 or 5 years. I think I actually had the same backpack from my freshman year of high school all the way into college. Like, you said from campus to the trails. Like, bro, nah, for real. You said we had to get the plastic backpacks, and those did not last long. Yo. Oh my God, dude. I'm aging myself, man. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I do not miss those days. I'm actually about to have my it's just crazy thinking about it, but I'm about to have my 10-year anniversary at with my high school. And they started the whole grouper and stuff like that. And I have not talked to anybody I went to high school with literally in 10 years. So it's just interesting. I'm like, dude, I might even record that. I might actually like vlog that. Cause I'm like doing some vlogging stuff. I'm probably gonna vlog that because that's gonna be funny to me. Like, a lot of those people, I've not talked to them in 10 years. So seeing those individuals for the first time is gonna be interesting. You said I do it and I work from home. Said, let me tell you, I'm already a very muscular dude. Said big guys, 6'4", 290. Damn. You said I'm only 15% body fat. This desk and walking pad help me maintain great. Yeah, dude. Like man, I got to get up there though, because like even with like eating is a whole nother thing, bro. Like man, like sometimes it's like even with like trying to retain weight or even building muscle, I feel like I gotta eat even when I don't want to eat. Like, it just sucks. You said 290, bro. He's 6'4". Like he's 6'4". That's tall. Like that's very tall. That's very tall. 290, 6'4". That's like bruh. That's tall. And you gotta also you also have to base that off of like each person's body. Yeah, 15% body fat. I mean, the muscle technically can be considered weight, right? But it's not like, again, for his height, he would be good. You said I'm 6'2", and doctors say I'm 60 pounds overweight. Bro, it's so much that like is determined. Like a lot of that stuff is like based off of like not just your height, but like what your, I mean, it's everything. Your health, your diet, how your body gains weight. Like for me, I'm usually very yeah, it is about composition. It's how you hold weight as well. Cause like for me, I'm about 165. So I'm 165 and I'm 5'11. So a lot of people like, dude, God, why? Why couldn't you just give me 6 feet? I'm literally 5'11. It's so dumb. But I'm 160, right? But but with that weight, that's like a really healthy point for me to be at. And even then I'm still skinny. Like, and that's at 160. And that's just because of how my body is just like mainly muscle and how it spreads out. So it's like really weird because I'm like, I don't know how I weigh that much. It doesn't look like I weigh that much, but I do. And so like, I'm trying to put on a little bit more weight because I just want to cut a little bit more. But other than that, I'm probably not going to go any higher really. Like probably no more than like 170 really. Yeah, I'm probably not really going to try to go too much further because I don't really have the muscle mass for that. Or the fat even to even turn into muscle. So, you said how to like go out with battle screen if you're auto battling. Wait, you said how to go out? There should be a little button in the corner. So if you're auto battling, oh look at that, we got. Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, that's that combo. They don't need to give me that. Who said that? Hey, who said give Zox a momentum and a fury? Yeah, that combo. Chill out. But if you're auto battling, fam, you start the auto battle. I'll just go into it real quick. You said why affect accuracy on her? That guy, it was literally a gear swap from another character, so it is a whole troll right now. But when you're in the auto battle, there's a little button next to the continuous battle. You just hit that and it takes you out. And then now you got your auto battle going. Yeah, that's not her build. I promise you. Don't spread that around the community like wildfire. Like Zox said, builder affect accuracy on all 3 pieces. Because I did not say that. I just swapped gear and I didn't even look at it. That's really what that was. So it also depends on the type of muscle you're building. So lean muscle doesn't look big. But it's much more useful. That is true. That's like the thing too. Like my legs, like, and it's just a genetic thing as well. My dad did semi-professional bodybuilding, but the one thing he could never really get to bulk was his legs. And it's just genetically, they just won't. He's done, I mean, everything you can think of to try to bulk his legs, and it just won't bulk crazy. They'll get respectably, like, you know, they'll look nice, but they're not gonna get crazy. Like just some people like kind of like the dudes that like the Viking dudes that be having the crazy like muscular legs and stuff like that. Man, like those guys, like that's genes, man. They're just like that. Those guys got crazy genes. I mean, hey, cause that's a whole thing. He said the momentum and fury set him up for Hoyan. Exactly. You said all muscle is lean muscle mass by definition. Yeah, that's true. You said I'm one of those guys, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like some people just got it naturally. We used to call it like, or at least black people be calling it big boned or stuff like that. Just mad dumb, just making up stuff. But all that is that's your genetics, right? Even when I learned that, like, your skeleton isn't necessarily bigger, I was dying. Like, when I learned that, I was like, yo, I was like, black people just be making up anything. Oh yeah, they big boned. I'm like, big bone. Like, I'm like, yo, nah, like, our skeletons are like the same, basically. You got different sizes for people, like, height wise, but nobody just got like a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone skeleton makeup. like, like, that's how they be making it. Like, you said, look at professional arm wrestlers. You watch small guys take on two people 2 times their weight. Yeah, I mean, nah, for real. You said Brian Shaw does. Yeah. Yeah, there is denser bones. Yes, bone density is a thing, but bones are all relatively around the same size. Like somebody isn't just gonna have an astronomic, like, bigger femur than you for no reason. Like it's all still relative. Like, bone density is a thing though. Yeah, bone density is definitely a thing. You said his bone structure is nutty. Don't get me wrong, it's not impossible, right? Like, there's going to be those people that have it, right? Like, those dudes that have giant hands, well, he obviously gotta have giant bones. That's not fat. Like, that's definitely bone, brother. Cause I don't know how much fat you got on your hands, but I mean, like, oh my God, what was his name? Umaga, from WWE, I think, bruh. Like, he was huge. Grab somebody's whole head with one hand. Like, bro, that's bone. That's straight up bone, brother. Like, oh my God. You said meaty mitts? Oh my God, bro. Y'all are hilarious. So if you were born 2,000 plus years ago, oh, you were screwed for bone density. Most of it comes from vitamin D and sunlight as your best provider. Man, it's how it is, man. So the average skeletal weight is 20 pounds. Big bone ain't no thing. Bro, I'm telling you, if you ask a black person, this is really not a joke. If you ask a black person, like, if somebody has like more weight on them, they'll be like, I'm telling you, especially in the South, it's common. They'll say, oh, they're big bone. I'm like they say all the time, they have like terms like big bone girls and they big bone. They always say that. And I thought it was the weight. I just thought it was what it was. And then I started looking into it, and it was like, that ain't that's not a thing. You said big bone means they are thick, not fat. Yeah, but that's the thing though. A lot of people hear it and they don't get that. Like, we know what it means, but nobody else does, right? That's how. So yeah, you're definitely right. Yo, that's so funny, bro. You said I heard that growing up all the time, bro. Hey, it just is what it is. I don't tell no lies, man. He said, yeah, fat is just fat. He said, quick question: is Shadow Sinea good in everything? And in particular, after the dot resist on Aurora, she can do literally all of like damn near shell stuff. She can do Terramatan. Slower comps, you can run her in Doki Doki if you really wanted to. I mean, she does all the GP outposts like it's nothing. Yeah, I mean, there's really only a few different things that she can't do. There's Aurora, you have the Union Boss, and you have Phantom Theater. That's what she can't do that. And the Phantom Theater and the Union Boss makes sense because those things have really no HP. They're like more of like scoring like numbers in a sense. But yeah, she literally is like she works in high. The thing with Dot is Dot doesn't feel as good as it should or as much as you want it to in the beginning of the game. And if you're going to make that conscious decision, you got to know what you're investing into. But as the game scales, everything's HP goes up. Dot's more effective. Like Dot becomes way more effective. So again, like I said before, like Shadow Sinea was literally the strongest unit in the game at one point. Like she was that unit. So a lot of the adjustments and nerfs from the beta even into the release that have happened for her, it's all because of Shadow Sinea. Any adjustment for the most part, all is rooted from Shadow Sinea because she was kind of the metric for clearing most content. So that was kind of the thing there. But you said, what would you run on Kloss? I think I'm running her on Gigabyte right now. Yeah, I'm running her on Gigabyte right now. You said my Hell 1 team is finally working for Terra. Yo, congrats on that. Guys, I gotta head out, man. Listen, if you guys need any help, I know for those that were like, it's like, hey, I want an account review. If you really want one, just hit me up on Discord. I usually would do that like through like a Patreon or something, but I don't know, man. Just hit me up. I'm probably gonna have to schedule them out though, so it's not gonna be necessarily immediate. It'll be first come, first serve. So just hit me up on Discord, and we can figure out what we need to do to help everybody. So, yeah, I'm about to go to the gym, guys. We'll actually be back though, so this ain't see ya like never, is see you later, because we're gonna be streaming when the game goes live. Or not when the game goes live, when the game resets. There you go. When the game resets, we're gonna be streaming. Hoyan, what's her name? Hoyan and Holden should be live in the game. So we're gonna be trying to summon for them. I'll try to make sure I have the information and stuff I need for what's it called? I think I'll announce the giveaway stuff tomorrow. And then I'm gonna be giving away a copy of Holden and Hoyan. So yeah, that'll be that. So hopefully I see some of you guys there. Yeah, that'll be that. And actually what I'll do it this way so it's more fair. I'll give a copy away in one stream, and then in the next stream, I'll give another copy away, okay? Because I know there's some people that ain't gonna be up at 4 a.m. Like I ain't even gonna do that to y'all. That's just messed up. So the people that come through, there'll be one that happens there, and then there'll be another one that'll happen. So those that ain't coming at the later one can try to get something at the other one. We'll do it like that, okay? Because y'all ain't gonna be, so not everybody gonna be up that early. But yeah, guys, I appreciate you guys so much, man. It's been fun, man. I streamed way longer than I wanted to, but it's always worth it. It's always worth it. But yeah, you guys have a blessed day, blessed night, man. Yeah, we'll be back later. So I think what I'm gonna do, on the Twitch side at least, we're gonna try to raid somebody. I'm trying to make sure I stay consistent with that. Let's see. I'm trying to see. I want to probably raise somebody I don't know, but I also got to make sure they speak English. Okay. Let me see. You said, wait, everybody eligible? Yeah, bro. For that, yeah, the giveaway I'm doing for like the monthly pass and the battle pass is already done. But for the character, yeah, anybody, yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna tell you no because it's you. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got going on. We got Sue. Okay, so here we go, guys. Wait, what does he do? Oh wait, he's playing E7 right now. I don't see anybody playing. I guess we'll do it next time. I don't see anybody unless you guys got a recommendation here. Yeah, I don't see anybody, I guess. You said that's awesome what you're doing. Hey, listen, I'm just trying to pay it forward. That's it. Nah, like I said, you guys show mad love. I gotta show it back. Yeah, Andy the Giant, appreciate you, fam. Is he on? I don't see him. What is he streaming right now? This guy, he like, bruh, this man is just, he just no shirt on. This is a children's stream. No, I'm kidding. Yo, what is going on, brother? Is he hot tub streaming? What is he doing? Oh, brother, this guy. All right, let me see. Let me see chat. Yo. You said I didn't see all that. Yeah, he in the hot tub. No, I'm playing. He not in the hot tub. He just, yeah, he's just literally no shirt on though. That's mad random. All right, here you go. All right, guys. I will see you guys later. Let him know I sent you. Tell him to not be too much of a degen. And I'll see you guys later. All right, guys. Take it easy. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, I forgot I can't end the stream yet until I raid. All right, guys, later.